regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, July 28th, 2026. And do we have any moments of silence this morning? Not seeing any. Supervisor Pyska, would you lead us in the pledge? Thank you. Do we have any extra items not appearing on the agenda?
We do not, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to approval of the consent agenda. I do have notice that we need to pull 5.1 for a change. Are there any other items that supervisors wish to pull? Not hearing any. Is there anybody in the public that has a request on any items? Nothing online, nothing in the room. So I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.1.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. And next we'll move on to our timed items, and starting with public input in the room. Do we have anybody in the room that wishes to speak? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Maya Lynn. I'm speaking for Save Our Shelter. For a lot of the people who have stopped coming, but they haven't stopped wishing and praying. They haven't stopped asking other people to help them figure out what they're going to do with their situation with the finances at Sterling Shores Mobile Home Park. I would like to challenge that somebody, I don't know how to do it, should challenge their nonprofit status. They bring in $55,000 a month from just us, $663,000 a year from just us, and they own 13 other parks. We're responsible for the north fence on all of our properties. They don't have to pay for the fences. We're responsible for any piece of grass that's on the sidewalk or on the street in front of our house. They don't get it up. We're responsible if anything happens to our roof, to our shelter, to a shed, to the concrete in our driveway, we're responsible to repair it. They did have a little bit of plumbing issues, and they fixed it, and they charged, they had paving, and they charged us for it. There was a seawall that had to be repaired, and they charged us for it. So what are they spending their money on? They're not investing it in the infrastructure. They're just charging us for the infrastructure. This park has not suffered from any sort of financial restraints. They have taken well advantage of it by all of their annual increases and pass-through fees and the switching. We pay the water, the sewer, the trash. They don't pay any of that anymore. We pay the fences for the boundaries. They don't even pay for their boundary fence. The person who lives there has to pay the boundary fence. The main fence for the entrance, they charged us for it. So what are they spending their money on? When are they going to, not them, but when are we going to have something that you can be forthcoming, let us know what's happening. I know you're working on it. In the meantime, as I said last time, we just got another 2% increase for October. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's not another pass-through fee before this happens. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing something as to what's happening. Update would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just I guess a comment that's non-substantive. I apologize. I know that you have emailed requesting an update. I'll reach out this week. I have not had the chance to do so, and I apologize for that.
All right. Mr. Quayle, go ahead.
Justin Quayle. I come to talk again about abuse of power. I know that two people here, Eddie and Bruno, have been in the email threads of the abuse of power. And it's been allowed. There is no regulations written out for it, but you can abuse me because I'm disabled. Right? That's pretty much it. Because, I mean, we're talking about some real nasty things. I mean, I didn't go out and break a new crime. I didn't go out and commit a new crime. But I passed on one sheriff, and hopefully every single applicant, every 2 years, you guys are rerunning those owners. We gotta rerun those owners every 2 years, just like you did me. I didn't go out and commit a crime. On the application I even filled out, said I wouldn't have to rerun my application or fingerprint after I've been probably already given the license by you guys. I did it. Community development purposely orchestrated in emails. You better should look them out. Orchestration, organized crime. I mean, I don't even know why down here they got to tell her upstairs that I'm coming in the building. Why does commissions need to notify Maria that I'm coming into this building? Am I that intimidating? The truth is really that intimidating? Your own emails of collusion is nasty. I'm sorry that you guys have grant fraud going on. I'm sorry about it. It's not my fault. It's y'all's problem. I was just trying to help you out. There's still money missing that's been stolen from our company. Sky's company, not mine anymore. Because you guys decided to take me off because I filed too many complaints. At the end of the day, you guys decided to take it away from me. Because of Maria's determination, because of her right to seize our cannabis while we were in the right when we had a state and a county because she wouldn't approve metric? Or was it because code enforcement came on there for a year wearing a body-worn camera without permission? We had a meeting with Eddie. She admitted she was doing it to other people for a year without ordinances or the right to even do it on private property. We're still waiting on that ordinance. Where is it? Timely manner? There is no timely manner here. Start doing your jobs. Read the paperwork. Read what is coming to you, please. You devastated me. Eddie has been a good man. He tried. He did apologize to the people up above, what made him kind of biased of going through this, but he tried. Thank you.
Time, Mr. Quayle.
Eddie at least tried.
Thank you.
Corruption's bad.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room?
Good morning, board members. My name is Vicki Osborne, and I'm an in-home care provider and member of SEIU Local 2015. Our members have ratified the recent agreement between IHSS care providers and the county. The contract now goes before the Board of Supervisors for approval. As a member of our bargaining team, I can say that our members are relieved to have a new contract that slightly improves our wages. We appreciate the board for their cooperations. However, the new contract only lasts us for 1 year. Our members still need wages, benefits, and that keep up with the cost of living. We have spent the last 12 months trying to improve the lives of the critical care providers in Lake. That's over 2,400 people who provide essential services to seniors and disabled. Our members do important work in this county. The people care for and appreciate it, and so does their families. Lake IHSS providers are prepared to stand up for what they deserve. When we meet again next year, I hope you come to an agreement that lasts longer and does more improvement to the care system in Lake County. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any. Do we have anyone online? iPhone 13 Pro. Go ahead.
Guy Laywell, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I'd like to talk today about integrity. Integrity is not something that you can put on a plaque or celebrate at an awards in the Board of Supervisors chambers. It's what people do when no one is watching. It's whether public servants follow the law as it is written, not as they want it to be. This board recently had to pull 2 cannabis revocation items because a required step had been skipped. And that's concerning to me, and it should be concerning to you. The discussion about simplifying the revocation process and removing the planning commission from that process was just that, a discussion. It was not an adopted ordinance, yet somehow that discussion appears to have been treated as if it was already the law. If a proposed ordinance discussions are becoming implemented before this board votes on them, why have an ordinance at all? Why ask for public input if staff can start operating under the proposals that have never been yet adopted? It's not a paperwork issue. It comes across as a major integrity issue. And from my perspective, it is also difficult to build trust with your sheriff's department when it appears that they are protecting government insiders, which seems to carry more weight than protecting the public confidence. We all want a sheriff's department that we can approach and trust, but the trust isn't created through the awards or the recognition. It is earned through accountability. Integrity means admitting mistakes. Honesty means correcting them. And accountability means that no employee, regardless of the title or department, is above scrutiny. Instead of asking which government employee deserves another accommodation, perhaps we should ask which government employee consistently demonstrate honesty, integrity, accountability, transparency, fairness, and above all, respect for due process. Those are the qualities that deserve recognition. If those qualities are not the standard, then what are we doing? Government should not be measured on its success by how well it protects itself. It needs to be measured by the success of how faithfully it serves the people. Mullah.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? No other hands? Okay, go ahead.
Simone Tapman, IHSS provider and SEIU 2015. As I was sitting out there and I was looking at your hiring board, it kind of bothered me that the sheriff's department makes a lot less than what some of your other people that you have employed here, and it just kind of is frustrating to know that those people that are out there protecting us and making our county safe are not being paid what they're worth. And so it's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe that was it then for public comments. I'm going to close that and go to our 903 item, which is Pet of the Week.
Hi, how you guys doing? I'm Officer Real with Lake County Animal Care and Control. This is Freckles. Freckles is a 2-year-old cattle dog mix. Gets along with other dogs and loves toys. A little high energy at first, but calms right down. And he's just an absolute lover. So if you need a ride-along dog in a truck or a car, he's your man. Okay?
Any comments on Pet of the Week? Thank you for coming in today. And I understand last week's Pet of the Week was adopted within a very short time?
They came in together, so
Okay.
this is his other half.
Okay, so hopefully he'll have somebody come in today too.
We're hoping.
Thank you. And it's not 9:30. Do you have a suggestion? Go ahead.
Yes, 5.1.
5.1?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we need to pull up some paperwork on 5.1, and I'll go ahead and read that off. This is to approve amendment number 1 between the County of Lake and the Lake County Resource Conservation District for tree mortality services and authorize the chair to sign. As I understand, this is a minor adjustment to some of the language that we're going to go over.
Yes, it's not even the language. It is, there was a change to the language, but that's not why it's being pulled. It was pulled because this page 2, we had to fix the title.
Okay,
So as soon as she displays it, we can show that.
okay. So we're going to display that. Go ahead.
PEG TV does not want to be involved in tree removal, so we are happy to see the title change back to RCD.
Okay.
We thought about it, but thought it would be best left in the hands of those who know how to do it.
Okay. All right, any questions from board members? Anybody in the public in the room? No, nobody online? Bring it back to the board for action.
Chair, I move to approve amendment number 1 between the County of Lake and Lake County Resource Conservation District for tree mortality services, and authorize the chair to sign with corrections.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. Next item,
7.2.
7.2. Consideration of the Board of Supervisors committee assignments and composition of the Lake County Animal Control Advisory Board. Supervisor Owen and I brought this. Do you want to introduce it, or would you like me to?
Go
or-
ahead,
Okay,
my
so.
screen is frozen.
Yeah, so basically what this is when the Animal Control Advisory Board was created, there were not supervisors assigned to it. It was just the member for each of the 5 districts plus 2 at large. A couple of years ago, there was a request that supervisors, at least one, attend their meetings to assist them. So I started doing that back in early 2025, and then Supervisor Owen joined me a few months later, I believe. And we found that it was beneficial to that committee to have supervisors there, not to be actually assigned to the committee as voting members, but just be there to assist them. And we did assist them with direction on how to go about, not the content of their report to the board, but how to go about getting that together and bringing it to us. And they have been happy that we've been there. The other thing that that hadn't been directed when this committee was created back in, I think it was 2001 or 2, was there was no direction for the animal control director to attend those meetings. And while they have no direction or authority over the director, it is beneficial for the director to be there to provide information on what's going on. And I can tell you that back when I first started going, there was issues with directors not wanting to attend these meetings or be involved. So that's why this also includes a request to provide direction to the animal control director to attend those meetings themselves or through a designee. And I did talk to Director Smith about that, and she thinks it's a good idea. So that's what we have in front of us. Do we have any questions, or did you want to add anything else, Supervisor?
Nope, I've enjoyed going, and I think it's been very beneficial, and
And
we're ready, I can offer.
so lastly, I got to open it to the public,
Yeah.
but and then of course Supervisor Owen and I are willing to serve on that unless the board wants to go a different direction. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, thank you for wanting to take more time. Glad you are volunteering to be on there. So that's I have no issues with that, especially since you've already invested time. I'm glad that it doesn't create more work. It's already happening. It's just you as members, so I'm good with that as well. Just want to put a thought out there, and I know it's probably outside of this, but I know that I'm pleased that the City of Clear Lake's administrator of their animal control has been, whether it was Lieutenant Schneider, now it's Lieutenant Peterson, is a part of that, and maybe at one point looking to see if it can flip from a District 2 position to other animal control agencies, because I think it's healthy to ensure in the future, in case it becomes a District 2 public member at large, that's always a choice that a future supervisor can make, that all of the animal control agencies that are in Lake County are working together and at the same table, because I think it's healthy to have those discussions. So just putting it out there, but approve of what is in front of us today.
Okay. If there's nothing else from the board, I'll open it to the public. Is there anybody in the room? Is there anybody online? No. So just to come back to your question, it sounds like are you suggesting that we modify the bylaws to have another seat for outside animal control agencies, or?
That will be up to you guys. I'm just saying I think it's healthy for the future infrastructure of that advisory board if all agencies are working together collaboratively.
Definitely something we can take to them to discuss, so. All right, then we're ready for action.
Okay. I'd like to offer and approve to add the Lake County Animal Control Advisory Board to the official list of the Board of Supervisors Committee assignments. That's Part A.
Part A, so we'll take these separately, Carlos, since there's 3 parts. So I have a motion on Part A,
A second.
and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Go ahead.
Part B, appoint 2 supervisors to serve as advisors to the board. That's Part 2, Part B.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That carries 5-0.
Okay, and C, direct the animal control director or their designee to attend these board meetings.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That also carries 5-0. So that would leave the motion was to appoint 2 supervisors, but we haven't done that part. So can that just be by, do we need another motion for actually who the supervisors are? We wouldn't? Okay. So we would just assume that Supervisor Owen and I were assigned to that based on the language in that motion?
You could do it by consensus right now. That would be easy.
Okay. All right. So then if we have consensus for Supervisor Owen and I to be assigned, okay. All right. So that concludes that item.
Where's your thumb?
Move
Seven.
on to the next one.
Is 7.4.
What was that? 7.4, which is addendum consideration of agreement between the County of Lake and Lake County Behavioral Health Services as lead agency for the Lake County Continuum of Care and Redwood Community Services for fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, 28-29, and I'll have Supervisor Sabatier give a brief description of this.
Yeah, first, I want to thank Chair Rasmussen and admin for allowing me to put this on the agenda. We did finally approve this. We've been waiting for the contracts. We knew there was a short time period, and there's been some movement in the behavioral health staff in support of the COC. But we got our contracts all prepared and approved by the Continuum of Care executive team on last Friday. I believe that was the 24th. And so in front of you it's a 3-year contract for the continuation of the shelter services that are provided at the old juvenile hall known as Homerton Haven. But there is only at this moment in time enough funding for at least 1 year. We anticipate to receive more funding. We anticipate, based on the budget, that we are going to get more than we got this year in our HAP round. We'll see if that changes or not. But you should expect some amendments coming in the future so that we can extend the funding to cover the other fiscal years. It is still a low barrier shelter. It is still a housing first philosophy shelter, and it will continue to have 35 beds and work as it has before, 24 hours a day.
Okay. Any board member questions on this? Then I'll open it to the public. Nothing online. Yeah.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair, Madam Vice Chair. This is just, I think, a procedural question. You mentioned this was item 7.4. I do not see a 7.4 on the blue page.
It's on the different colored sheet.
That would be
The green sheet, maybe?
this one here. Oh, my apologies, there's a staple right through the 7.4. Actually, there, no, this is a 7.3.
The yellow one,
The
maybe.
yellow one that's here. I only have one, so that was just a procedural question, I couldn't find it somewhere.
Okay, so is it not on the yellow sheet you have?
Not the one that's provided to me, it says addendum to July 28th, 26 agenda, 5.9.
Chair? There's two sets of yellow.
There's two sets of yellow? Okay. So we had, yeah, go ahead.
I'll just check.
Just to explain what had happened is we had an erratum, the subsequent to the agenda being posted on Thursday, I believe, is when we first posted the main agenda, and then we also had two addendums get added, so those show up on different color sheets.
It's there, thank you.
And there was probably two because we had two, so. So sorry for that confusion, but those addendums created additional sheets. Is there any other public comment in the room and nothing online? So I'll go ahead and close that and bring it back to the board. Go ahead.
If I may, online, the addendums and the erratums all show up on the latest version of the agenda that's made available to the public. This would be my fault for submitting this at such a late hour, so. If there's no further comments, I move to approve the agreement between County of Lake and Lake County Behavioral Health Services as lead agency for the Lake County Continuum of Care and Redwood Community Services for fiscal years 26-27, 27-28, and 28-29, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second?
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries 5-0. Go ahead.
5-minute break, please.
We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. I'm going to call our meeting back to order. We're going to move on to our 9:30 item now, which is consideration of legislative updates. A, state legislative update from Nielsen Merksimer. B, federal legislative update from Paragon Government Relations. And I'll turn it over to Mr. Rothstein to present this.
Good morning, Supervisors. Matthew Rothstein, Chief Deputy County Administrative Officer. As your board is aware, the county contracts with Nielsen Merksimer for state-level legislative and regulatory advocacy, and Paragon Government Relations for similar federal supports. Each are here to provide brief updates and respond to questions from your board. The Paragon team's federal update, led by Hassan Sarsour, will include some discussion of ongoing concerns regarding proposed changes to regulations surrounding federal financial assistance, the White House Office of Management and Budget's OMB proposed rule. But first, Jeff Neal will facilitate a state update covering legislation of interest to the county and discussion of its expectations for the remainder of the legislative session. And Jeff, the floor is yours.
Can't hear him. He's muted.
Jeff, you're muted so far in Zoom.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Delighted to be here to give you an update on state legislative issues. The county, as it has done for the last couple of years, adopted a set of priorities that have guided the work that we've done with you and your staff on bills this year. Obviously been a very active year, all of them are. A couple of bills that the county has taken a particular interest in, and that we've been working with your staff, with the members, the authors and the committees, that I wanted to point out in particular. One is AB 2494. This is a bill that would make a number of changes to the state demonstration forest program. When we first started talking about the bill, it would have made some really, I think from the county's point of view, some really worrying changes to the state demonstration forest, made it a lot harder to manage bogs there in the county, and especially with the kind of unique factor that it's the only state demonstration forest that in recent times has had a major wildfire. And so the intent of the state demonstration forest, to use them for research, for forest management, was in jeopardy, especially the bill was originally written. The bill's been amended significantly multiple times at this point. It's the author's been required to take some significant amendments to get through the committee process. The bill is currently, of course, in the second house. And I think that while there have been a number of positive changes to the bill that maybe have mitigated some of our concerns, there are still a number of worrying provisions in the bill. And so we're continuing to work with the research community, with RCRC, and with the farm bureaus to try and get some changes made. One of the main issues that we had with the bill was around the fact that it elevated other concerns over wildfire resilience and over research. And so in particular, biodiversity aspects. And so while obviously that's one important factor in managing the forest, we were really concerned if that was the primary factor and wildfire resiliency was relegated to a secondary or tertiary tier of concern for forest management. So the way the bill defines forest management now, instead of promoting biodiversity above all of other factors, it says that the state demonstration forests have to be managed to provide for public benefits. And then it gives a list of public benefits that include wildfire resilience, include research, includes biodiversity, climate resilience, and recreation. So I think that's an improvement. However, there are still other issues with the bill. One is that really still there's some changes could be made to make sure that the research objectives aren't so narrow. They can be broadened so they can address issues that are relevant to all California forests. There's also a funding issue. There's a funding sufficiency issue where there's a big concern that the way that they're changing the funding and they're changing the way that the forest will be managed, that there won't be enough funding to manage the forest responsibly. There's also some question about whether the provisions of the bill apply just to the state demonstration forests or whether they're intended to apply to all the forests in the state, including the privately owned forests. And so I think those are some things that a broad range of stakeholders are still working with the legislature and working with the author's office on. So this bill, like all bills that are still alive, is pending in the Appropriations Committee. So we'll see how it fares in about 3 weeks when the Appropriations Committee results are announced. Another significant bill I wanted to mention is AB 2216 by Assemblymember Aguiar Curry. There's a bill that would expand the boundaries of the Delta Conservancy so that it would include more of the land around the Delta, more of the counties that are considered Delta counties, and in Lake County's case, also it would also expand it to Lake County as sort of a part of the watershed leading into the Delta. So really, I think positive experience with Assemblymember Aguiar Curry. Her and her office are great to work with. Very open to this, along with the sponsor and the stakeholders of the bill. They're very open to including Lake County in the Conservancy, which hopefully will open up opportunities for grants and funding to work on, on the resource and watershed issues, water quality issues that would improve the health of the waters in the county and also downstream in the Delta. So a couple other, obviously significant issues. The budget was signed, no secret there, but while a lot of, our big push during the budget debate was around HR 1 and mitigating the impacts on the county, making sure that the residents of the county will still have access to health care and food, aid, social services that they need. So we worked closely with CSAC, with RCRC, with CHIAC, and the other members of the county community to make sure that our delegation, Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Aguiar Curry, were aware of the broad and deep impacts that the cuts in HR 1 and the cost shifts in HR 1 would have on the residents of Lake County. They said multiple times how grateful they were for the really good information that county staff were able to pull together, and that it really helped them put into perspective the impacts of HR 1 on their district. So, in the end, a number of the parts of the county ask related to HR 1 were included, but one really major one was not, and that, of course, is funding for indigent care, which is now, obviously more people are in California. As we move through this fiscal year and into the next fiscal year, we'll end up on indigent care because of the changes to the healthcare landscape. CSAC is making one more push to try and get funding in the budget for indigent care. I think it'll be an uphill battle. We'll certainly help them. We'll continue to partner with them on trying to get some funding for that. For Lake County, of course, CMSP still has some money in reserves, and so that should help considerably, at least get through this fiscal year. After that, it becomes a much more difficult issue financially. And so, we will look to the incoming administration, because, of course, we will have a new governor next year, whether it's Becerra or Hilton, and we'll work with them to try and make sure that issue is front and center. The other major issues that were not included in the budget that was passed and that are continuing to be debated and could have an impact on the county are allocation of Proposition 4 funds, the resources bond that voters passed in 2024. That was deferred until after the summer recess that the legislature's in right now. And then also the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, paid from the proceeds of the carbon auctions. Some significant changes have been proposed by CARB to the low carbon fuel standard that, according to many estimates, will have the amount of money that's available in the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. If that happens, then essentially there will be no money coming to local agencies for any of the transit programs, safer drinking water programs, and certain planning programs for affordable housing and sustainable communities. That will all be zeroed out if those changes go through without any changes to the way the funding is allocated at the state level. So some of those discussions are happening. And of course, we're working with a lot of others in the county and city community to try and mitigate those impacts on local agencies. There's a lot of information. There's always a lot more. There are a lot of bills out there still alive, but happy to pause here and take any questions about those items or anything else I didn't mention.
Yeah, we have, we'll start with Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you for that update, Jeff. And I know it's been a couple of weeks since we had a conversation about AB 52 and that you were going to have more conversations. We haven't had a chance to circle back. I'm just wondering, because the verbiage of public benefit is obscure and generalized. And one of the things that we have really been trying to push for is alignment with the wildfire task force strategies, and there was new strategies released last month. So I was just curious if you were able to get any traction with that language.
Yeah, we mentioned it to the author's office multiple times. They have maintained that even previously, frankly, there was nothing in the bill that precluded the implementing the recommendations. I think under the old version of the bill, frankly, I disagree with them that I do think some of the recommendations carrying them out would have been precluded. Under the current language, I don't think that the state would be precluded from implementing the recommendations in the new report, but it certainly doesn't require it. It certainly doesn't prioritize it. I prefer to see that prioritized. I would guess that you feel the same way. And so, I think we've made that pretty clear to the author's office. And as we have more conversations with them, we'll continue to bring it up. But that is one area where I think it's at least there's been an improvement, because instead of not being allowed to do it, it would at least now, because as you say, it's the definition of public benefit is very general. Frankly, I don't think it keeps them from doing anything, but it also doesn't give them a lot of direction as to what the state actually should do in their demonstration for us. So I think we'd prioritize the wildfire resilience and the
outside of the authors, outside of the conversations with the author's office, what about with our assembly member's office? How are they receiving it?
We had talked to them when it was in the assembly, and we'll do that if it does get through appropriations and off the Senate floor. I haven't had we've communicated our position to Senator McGuire's office, but I haven't had a conversation with them about it. But I'm happy to do that and let you know how it goes.
That would be great. I think he's co-sponsoring it.
Yeah, it's and as you know, it's some of the alignment of interests on the pro side or who's for it and against it are not our usual lineups. The county community is partly split.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you for that update. I wanted to kind of go outside of just the bill process. I guess I'm asking a question of your capabilities. Um, what there's the rural health transformation funds that a portion of that, I forget if it was 233 or 333 million, was received by the state of California, and that grants are now open for us to submit for a variety of different things like workforce development, technology innovation, or things like that. Are you able to help us in that sense? If I'm trying to figure out if the hospitals are doing this on their own, if public health is doing something on their own, or if we're doing it regionally, which probably would be better, in my opinion. But I'm trying to put my finger on that. But are you able to help us in that process? Because $233 million, if that's the number that is correct as far as what the state of California has received so far, does not go very far in the state of California in ensuring that our rural health care here in Lake County, or potentially regionally, but that we're a part of it, is received to help us at least move the needle a little bit, is really important to us, or at least to me. I think it is to us. Wondering what you're able to do to help us in that process, whether that's having conversations with the department that processes these grants, or helping us identify what really needs to not be in these grants. I'm just looking to see where your skill sets might be used to help us make sure we get access to those funds.
Yeah, thanks, Supervisor. Appreciate that. Well, you know, we're not a grant writing organization. We're always happy to help coordinate, you know, whether that's by, you know, talking with your staff about what the grants can be used for, certainly coordinating with HCI, which I think is the organization that's responsible for administering the grants in California. We do a lot of work with HCI on other issues. I'm happy to coordinate with them or coordinate meetings between the county and them, or with other counties if you do have a regional approach to workforce or access to healthcare. As I think, you know, we have a fair amount of work in the healthcare space, working for both, you know, we work with not just counties, but providers, health plans, and others. And so we're happy to help facilitate those conversations, give advice where we can. And then if a grant is in, help coordinate with the delegation to get letters of support if that's something that would be helpful, things along those lines.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Vice Chair?
We did submit a letter of support for the grant funding for the CNA program with LCOE.
Yes.
And, okay, and so does Jeff have that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any other supervisor questions?
I did have a question. We have had the Farm Bureau approach Supervisor Rasmussen and I about some wages pertaining to goat herders that's going to really affect our the goat herders in California, where their wages would be bumped up to as much as around $250,000 a year. So is that, I think we're looking at bringing something forward here to the board, but is that something we could bring to you as well to help kind of get through that process?
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, there was a bill a couple years ago that required the state, I think DIR, the Department of Industrial Relations, to look at the issue around sheep and goat herders. Yeah, happy to. I know that's been, I think it was Fresno County that was originally the one that kind of brought it to the attention of some folks after AB 5 passed. But yeah, happy to coordinate with you on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think it did come forward and was passed in 2023, but there was a exemption. And it's not affecting the sheep herders, but the goat herders right now, and the exemption expired in, I think, June. Was it June?
Oh,
June
got it.
of this year.
July 1st.
July 1st, okay, of this year.
But Matthew has our information on that and can certainly get you some more detail.
Yeah, and I know I've seen a couple of articles around how it could affect the goat herds that help with fire resilience
Yes.
as well, right? By roadsides and other places.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and the current legislation would basically make it unaffordable for people they can't afford to pay $240,000 a year for a goat herder.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any other questions from supervisors at this point? Go ahead, Matthew.
So I was just going to advise that we move on to the federal update, if it pleases your board.
Yeah.
And Hassan Sarsour is here, as well as Rachel Mackey from Paragon.
All right, thanks, Matthew, and good morning to you all. Matthew mentioned Hassan Sarsour with Paragon Government Relations. I'm going to kick things off, then I'll turn it over to Rachel to talk about the proposed rule from the Office of Management and Budget that has us and a lot of other folks, really anybody that gets grant funding, pretty concerned. And then actually, before we jump in, I just want to mention that we appreciate you all having us on the agenda today. I know time is short. We're always available to chat just about any topic. So if we don't get to something today, please feel free to reach out. I also want to say it's always great to see Jeff Neal. We've known Jeff for years, really since his days with CSAC, and you guys are in good hands. He knows county government and local government really well. So let's jump in. I always think it's helpful to orient you on where we are in the congressional calendar. We're actually at a very interesting time. We're on the front end of a congressional recess. So the House left town last week. They won't be back until the first week in September. The Senate is scheduled to close up shop next week, and they won't be back until mid-September. And then as of now, and the schedule could always change, but both chambers will also be gone for all of October this year ahead of the election. So the legislative days are extremely limited heading into these midterms. So in terms of what they have to do in that limited time, one of the big items coming up is finalizing the spending levels for every department and agency for the new fiscal year. The deadline for that is October 1. Congress rarely ever has a budget in place by then, and this year is no different. They are way behind, maybe more behind than they've been in years past. The House has made a little bit of progress. Their bills are always a little bit more partisan, and outside of the earmarks, the numbers usually don't stick, so we don't pay too much attention to the actual numbers. The Senate bills have historically been a little more bipartisan. They're sort of a good indicator of where we ultimately see things land. They do need to get to 60 votes on that side of the Capitol, so they sort of have to work together. The problem is they, at this point, can't agree on top line spending levels. So like your very top line, how much money are we going to spend next year? That's still sort of being debated at this stage, and really they should be pretty far along in terms of where they should be in the schedule. So at this point, I guess the good news is there's not a lot of appetite for a shutdown, which is good. The folks here in DC are already talking about a short-term extension to go beyond Election Day. Extensions are definitely better than shutdowns, but we would eventually like to ensure that the spending levels get finalized since we do have a few Lake County earmarks in play. So we have two projects we're pretty confident in right now. There's a nearly $750,000 earmark requested by Congressman Thompson that's pending in one of the bills. That's funding that would help improve water and wastewater infrastructure in the wake of the sewage spill from earlier this year. There's another $500,000 earmark in a separate bill for, I believe it's a workforce housing and reentry program. So those we're feeling pretty good about as long as we get a budget in place. Those should stick. On the Senate side, Senator Schiff has requested funding for a few projects as well. We don't know yet whether or not they'll be accepted by committee. We usually know by now, but because, they're so far behind, they haven't put out any language. It's sort of a mystery at this stage. So that's where we are in the overall spending talks. At the same time, there's a completely separate process called budget reconciliation that you may be hearing a lot about. It's this arcane, inherently partisan legislative tactic. There's a lot of rules involved with it. To be honest, it's really confusing to a lot of folks, even on Capitol Hill. Outside of the parliamentarian, I really don't think anybody knows all the rules. But bottom line, the benefit is that you can pass legislation in the Senate with a simple majority. Again, you usually need 60 votes to overcome a filibuster. So this is a way to sort of get around that threshold. The downside is that any proposed change in law needs to have a direct impact on the budget. So you can't just put policy provisions in there. You might remember this is what they used to pass HR 1 last year. It was used to advance a bill earlier this year that had funding for the immigration enforcement agencies. The effort right now is aimed at providing supplemental funding for the conflict with Iran. That's the biggest piece of the pie. The next largest amount would be designated for farm aid. And then the rest would address one of the biggest priorities for President Trump, and that's on the Save America Act, which is that enhanced voter ID proposal. So again, because every provision needs to have a direct impact on the federal budget, you can't just include the changes the president's been asking for on Save America. Instead, right now, the plan is to establish a new program. We'll provide grants to states that agree to implement those more stringent voter ID laws. And I know there's, a bunch of different perspectives on the Save America Act, whether or not there's a need for those added protections. I guess there's even some disagreement on, funding for Iran, ag bailout. But from a strictly county perspective, the thing we're keeping a close eye on is whether or not they offset the funding with cuts to other programs. So with HR 1, that targeted some of those key safety net programs. I know Jeff mentioned those like Medicaid and SNAP. And a lot of those federal savings, and I put that in air quotes because, they're savings to the federal government, but they come with added costs to the state and then by extension, the county. So at this point, there are no offsets included. So that's a good thing. But some of the budget hawks out there are not happy. They don't want to see added spending unless those costs are offset. You have folks who who want actually more funding for the military. And then you have some Republican senators who at this point don't want anything to do with the Save America Act or those enhanced voter ID requirements. So it's a bit of a mess right now. There's a long way to go, but expect this to be a big story for the next few months and, really leading into Election Day. I do want to touch on a couple issues, just a quick hit before I turn it over to Rachel. There's so much focus these days on areas of disagreement, but I always think there's not enough coverage on some of those more bipartisan proposals that are actually moving behind the scenes. In fact, just recently we saw a fairly significant housing affordability package become law. There's no money attached to it, but it does get at a lot of the low-hanging fruit in the housing policy space, things that everyone can agree on, and it sounds like they may actually try to do another housing proposal in the coming years. So this is sort of a good first step there. There's also a few major bills that Congress could complete before the end of the year, things that we're always, excited about. Top of my list is a new surface transportation package. The current House bill has some big investments and a lot of dedicated funding for locally owned bridges. So that was our biggest ask from the start. If we can get that, that would be a big win. So there is one provision in there. I don't want to get too in the weeds on surface transportation, but there is one provision I do want to flag. It is giving us a little bit of heartburn. It would authorize a new pilot program to allow heavier trucks on roads. This is a proposal that's been out there for years. This one's structured a little bit differently. This would be a pilot program. The state would have to opt in. I'm not sure if that's something Caltrans would consider at this point, but those heavier trucks, they don't just magically appear on the interstate. They're going to have to go on the local roads before they get there. They're going to, be on those locally owned and maintained roads. That's going to be added costs, and that cost will ultimately fall to the county and other local governments. So we don't want to see that. That's something we're pushing back against. I know NACO's been really involved on that fight as well. Another bill I want to mention real quickly is the Water Resources Development Act, or WRDA. That's the authorization vehicle for Army Corps projects. Excuse me. It doesn't fund the projects, which I know has always been a big obstacle for the county, but the authorization is one of those steps that you just sort of have to do. The House bill does plus up the amount of funding authorized specifically for water and wastewater projects in Lake County. So we go from 20 million authorized that's where it's at right now, to $30 million. We're also trying to determine whether the Army Corps will need additional language to help move the Middle Creek restoration forward. There is an existing authorization, it's separate, and a chief's report, but it sounds like the estimated costs have increased significantly since the initial authorization. So we may need new language there. We're still waiting for direction from the Corps to determine how we approach that. The Senate word of bill also includes language based on the Fire Smart Act. That's a bill that Senator Padilla introduced, which ensure that there's a pot of funding available for water infrastructure projects that benefit firefighting needs. So there's always been this donut hole where water infrastructure projects cannot have a firefighting benefit. So this would expand eligibility, make sure that they're in the mix. I know this is a proposal that Supervisor Pyska has specifically raised within NACO's Intergovernmental Disaster Reform Task Force. I know she's had conversations with Senator Padilla and his staff. So I just wanted to flag that because there is some positive momentum there. Another bipartisan proposal that could move later this year, I haven't heard too much about it. It would build on the Great American Outdoors Act. Now that law provides $2 billion a year for deferred maintenance on federal lands. It's a dedicated pot of funding, which is great. You don't always see that. That program is expiring, but there's a ton of bipartisan support. So we should see that keep going. One I anticipate will pass before the end of the year. And the last thing I want to just briefly highlight is the issue with AT&T and their carrier of last resort responsibilities. That's been largely a state level fight up until recently. There is a new battlefront with the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC. There's also a lawsuit moving through the federal courts. So AT&T has asked the FCC, a lot of acronyms, to override California's carrier of last resort rules. The public comment period on that request recently closed, maybe last week, maybe the week before, and the FCC is reviewing that case now. I know CSAC, RCRC, a number of other California groups have submitted comments opposed to AT&T's move. At this point, I know some folks are looking to Congress to weigh in. I think it's still too early at this point, but I did want to mention that a number of folks from the California congressional delegation have pushed back. They submitted comments. They sent a letter to the FCC basically urging them to reject AT&T's request. So Congressman Thompson's on there. Congressman Gallagher is on there. Our senators are on that letter. So a lot of bipartisanship, which is nice. I haven't seen a timeline for the decision. They could act later this year. Again, no deadline, but we're going to keep a close eye on those proceedings and make sure that we're in a good position to push back if it doesn't go in our favor. So that's all I have. I'm going to turn it over to Rachel to talk about the OMB rule.
We have a question.
I just want to quickly, Hassan, thank you so much for all of this work, and it was really great to spend a lot of time with you when we were together at NACO, getting caught up on everything. I just wanted to flag for you, in case it's helpful, I've testified with the PUC many times on carrier of last resort and the implications specifically for Lake County, so happy to do that anytime, anywhere.
I will definitely take you up on that.
All right.
Okay, great. Can you all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Great. Apologies to not be on camera. I'm actually on vacation in a sort of rural part of Virginia, so didn't want to jeopardize my Wi-Fi connection by being on camera. But good morning to all of you. I'm just going to provide a quick update, as Hassan mentioned, on this OMB proposed regulation that is kind of an existential crisis for state governments, local governments, nonprofits, because it touches pretty much every federal grant. While the most threat comes from the proposed changes to discretionary grant making, which is better thought of as competitive grants, there's also implications for formula and mandatory funding and block grants. For those competitive grants, which the rule is heavily focused on, what OMB is trying to do is essentially wrest control and discretion from individual federal agencies over those funding streams and really create a bottleneck wherein OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, has a great deal of discretion and authority to provide direction to federal agencies, and political appointees at those agencies would have a lot of authority to cancel grants without explanation, to review grants before they are authorized, creating a political review bottleneck. They can review applicants for nebulous, vague terms related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, or risk of harming the reputation of the federal government. So those are things that they can flag to terminate or not green light a grant to an existing or a new applicant. It creates just a significant amount of uncertainty, especially for small stakeholders and counties and cities, for that matter, who, don't have a lot of revenue and are, looking to the federal government to provide competitive funding. It creates just a lot of disincentives to apply to that funding at all, because you can't plan if you don't know if your grant is going to be terminated at any moment in time. For county governments, obviously there are several competitive grants that counties of all sorts and sizes apply for and receive. But, the bulk of the funding that counties get from the federal government is, in the form of formula or pass-through funding that, is often directed to the states and then passed down to the counties, or directly passed to local governments, but via a formula. That aspect of the rule is a little less harmful in that those funding streams wouldn't be subject to the political review that I just mentioned. There would be, they wouldn't be able to just terminate a formula funding stream. So think of CalWorks or the Community Development Block Grant. Like, they couldn't just terminate that in the middle of the grant year. But there are other rules and requirements that are getting attached to those funding streams that could still create a lot of heightened legal and financial risk for counties and for the entities that counties pass those dollars down to. So, I mentioned some of the concerns around harming the reputation of the federal government, or DEI activities, or supporting undocumented immigration. These are all nebulous standards that in an audit could be flagged. There's also a requirement that that states and counties and all the sub-recipients that you pass funding onto be integrated into the Treasury's do not pay system, which is like grant management system that, can easily make a mistake, mismatch a person's name or an organization's name, erroneously flag them for being ineligible to receive funding, and stop a funding stream from going through. And there's no recourse or, process by which you could contest that or appeal that kind of change. So it gets pretty technical and nitty gritty, but regardless to say, this proposal would completely change federal financial assistance as we know it, and it would provide a whole lot of discretion to political appointees and to the White House to kind of direct funding as they see fit. So as you can imagine, there was a very, very significant comment campaign that just concluded. The regulation closed for public comment on July 13th. They only provided 45 days for people to comment on a 400-page rule. So there was some pushback on that as well, because it's so massive. There were over 500,000 comments submitted to this proposed regulation, which is, I've never seen that many come through. So I think it highlights just the scope and the potential impact. The California State Association of Counties, along with several other associations in the county family, including RCRC, did submit a joint comment that we were able to help shape from here at Paragon, just by our relationship with CSAC, that really gets at the concerns for county governments and California counties in particular. Unfortunately, we don't really expect the comments to make substantive impacts on this regulation. They've already made clear that they hope to issue a final rule and implement these changes by October 1st, which is just a stunningly fast timeline for a federal regulation. The point of the comments is mostly to, hopefully be, by the sheer volume, delay that finalization of the regulation, because they do have to, by law, review and respond to the concerns of the comments received. But also, more broadly, the best chance at blocking this regulation from coming into effect is going to be through the courts. And so the public comment record is an important material and an important tool for states or other stakeholders of impacted groups or individuals who sue over these changes, which will almost certainly happen the moment that a final rule is issued. So we expect there to be litigation. I know at NACO there was talk of some potential congressional avenues that might also be able to mitigate the harm of this proposal. I think that those are less likely just because of the political composition of Congress and the White House right now, but happy to chat through those and happy to answer questions about the reg. Right now, it's just kind of wait and see. There's not much to be done from an advocacy perspective, but the congressional delegation is all over this. Both senators and Representative Thompson have, signed on to letters expressing their distress and opposition to the rule. There's definitely been attention paid to it by lawmakers. They're aware and they recognize how bad this would be. Additionally, there was a comment submitted by a bunch of states, including California. It was a 100-page comment, and I read through it, and I really thought it was kind of a preview of what their lawsuit is going to look like when they sue, because it was very, very much referring to, statutory authority and all of the ways that this rule is probably illegal. So it felt like a preview of that. So, the state is very much plugged in on this as well. So with that, happy to answer questions of the reg or other, HHS issues that you all may want to get more detail on as well.
Thank you. Any questions from board members at this point? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Yeah, and our board did not have time to take that up for comment, so I am really grateful that CSAC and NACO are both advocating on our behalf.
Thank you. Anything further, Matthew?
Nothing further this morning.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Do we have any members of the public in the room that wish to comment?
Good morning, Lars Ewing, Public Works Director. I wanted to take a moment just to thank, it's legislative related, but not necessarily through any updates. Appreciate both Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Aguiar Curry's office helping the Public Works Department in collaboration with admin through Matthew Rothstein as well as Chair Rasmussen in advocating to PG&E to ensure that what's called Rule 20A funding, utility undergrounding work credits that are at the county level, that they be reallocated or reassigned into the current year, as opposed to PG&E's recent proposal to shift the funding out to 2030 and beyond, which would have created to be quite honest, a disaster for the South Main Street Soda Bay Road project. We have the county has approximately $4 to $5 million estimated from PG&E work credits that would go to that project, and for various reasons, deadlines related to the road improvement portion of that project, it was critical that we align all the funding sources. So both the senator and the assembly members' offices advocated on our behalf to PG&E, and it came to a successful resolution. So it really is a good example of those their offices helping us, and I want to take the time to thank them as well as those involved, which I already mentioned. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? Anybody online? iPhone 13 Pro, if you could identify yourself, you'll have 3 minutes. Or
Skylar Wong, Pillsbury Family Farms. Since Nielsen, Marksimer, and Paragon Government Relations are here to discuss legislative advocacy, I have a few proposals for them to consider on Lake County's behalf. First, introduce legislation allowing government agencies to publicly release a person's social security number without consequence. Lake County has already demonstrated how easily sensitive personal information can be exposed, so perhaps the law needs to be rewritten to approve the practice. Second, please advocate for legislative allowing government employees to place pressure on regulated businesses by threatening permits, licenses, and livelihoods unless the individual accepts the government's demands. Conduct that the public would consider coercion or even extortion apparently becomes acceptable when it is carried out throughout an administrative process. Let's clarify that in state and federal law. Third, draft legislation authorizing community planners to operate as background investigators and perform law enforcement functions without becoming sworn officers. If planners may conduct criminal justice agencies, investigate criminal history, influence eligibility determinations, and participate in decisions traditionally associated with law enforcement, then we need to formally merge those positions. And finally, let's strengthen protections for government employees who participate in these practices so they cannot be held personally accountable when the public is harmed. Of course, these proposals sound outrageous, don't they? And that's exactly my point. These are actions that most members of the public would naturally assume are prohibited. Yet, when these concerns are raised here in Lake County, the response from our board and everyone else appears that everything is lawful, appropriate, or simply a part of the administrative process. So either these practices are wrong and they need to stop, or our board needs to have the courage to ask our lobbyists to put them into law. Sometimes the cleanest way to expose bad government is to ask itself to publicly defend what it is already doing. Moleha.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Sterling, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. I guess it would just be a question. I'm not sure if it's at a federal level or state level, but you did bring up bridges and it was existing bridges in the county. So my question is there something that we can put in there about bridges that need to be put in for a secondary ingress and egress for emergencies? I live in Spring Valley. New Long Valley is the only way in and out of where I live. We have been hit by numerous fires. You can go on to the maps on Lake County's webpage and you can see how hard hit Spring Valley has been in the numerous years. And we have only been able to have one way in and one way out. Been told numerous times that there's no funding, there's no grant funding they can look for. So I don't know if that's something that the both of you guys can work on for other parts of the county and also Spring Valley. We have Indian Valley Reservoir that's right above us. It is a threat to the Spring Valley subdivision. As you look up in the general plans, it also states it in there. So my question would be, is there a way that we can get funding, and is there funding that does do bridges for emergency exits and ingresses and egresses? Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else online? Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yes, I wanted to just ask Rachel, because I know she has a finger on the pulse for the federal health care status. We met in San Diego for a California State Association retreat, and Matt Chase, the CEO of the National Association of Counties, was there and mentioned that in the upcoming budget that HR 1 was kind of like the first step. Have you heard of what conversations and where that next step may be leading? If I remember something, it was something about limitations to maybe our FQHCs or further things of the like. Just kind of curious if there's any conversations that have begun where we can start positioning ourselves.
Great question, Supervisor. And, Hassan mentioned earlier that, there were concerns that maybe this third reconciliation package they're working on could be a vehicle for additional cuts. I would just say it's hard to know what approach they would take. Certainly, any proposal would likely emphasize fraud, waste, and abuse, right? That's been sort of the rhetorical theme that we have seen from the federal government as they have criticized safety net programs. I think they could make any and all sorts of cuts or changes under that umbrella, right? And so it's hard to say really what it would look like. I don't know that FQHCs would be specifically targeted, but I could see, additional cuts to Medicaid and what it covers, particularly for the expansion population with the CalFresh program. there's additional changes that they could make that would further reduce benefits. We have not seen specific proposals. Really, anything that we've seen so far has been pretty high level and just kind of that sort of we need to get rid of more fraud. I think, as you all have seen with the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, there has been a lot of attention paid to in home supportive services and sort of hospice type providers, both in Medicaid and Medicare. So that might be an area that lawmakers might look at. I think the good news is that my sense is that the chances of something like that moving are quite slim at this point because they don't have a lot of time left on this legislative calendar, and those kinds of cuts would require Congress to, be controlled by the GOP in both chambers. I would be, surprised if the November election results went that way. Of course, it's always a possibility, in which case we do need to be prepared. But I do think that the threat is largely diminished based on just how things are going right now of another reconciliation package making those deep cuts. If anything, I think it's more the regulatory side of things where we may see harmful proposals that sort of aim to cut funding under the guise of removing fraud.
Thank you, Rachel.
Sure thing, and sorry if you heard my baby in the background.
Any other questions from board? I believe that'll conclude that item then. Thank you for being here today with those updates.
Thank you.
Does anybody need a break? Okay, I'm going to take a short break before the 10 a.m. item. We're going to handle our 10 a.m. 6.4 item, consideration of opioid settlement fund status update, reconciliation, restoration framework, and future governance direction. And we have our behavioral health director with numerous staff members here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please allow me one moment to be in the Zoom.
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. It kicked me out.
Sam.
Almost there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, I will begin sharing my screen, hopefully. Today is the day of technological difficulties, it appears for me. Aha. I think I have arrived. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much for your patience. Again, Elise Jones, Director, Lake County Behavioral Health Services, joined here by representatives from clinical, fiscal, and other leadership, subject matter expertise. The theme of this presentation: stewardship, reconciliation, restoration, and future governance decisions before the board. So just as some background, the funds from the opioid settlement funds are the result of a successful lawsuit initiated against various opioid manufacturers for their role in the opioid crisis. We've seen those payments touch down. Counties and as well as city and tribal municipalities and governments received these funds. For the County of Lake, the Behavioral Health Department was identified as the administrative entity to administer the opioid settlement funds and planning and everything that goes with it. You may recall that we engaged in what I would characterize as a very robust community engagement process with a consultant, Health Management Associates, over the duration of a year to arrive at expenditure guidance, an expenditure plan where we identified the community's biggest priorities, synthesized that with our data on overdoses, and then aligned that with the allowable expenditure uses, producing areas of focus for the department. Since that strategy was finalized, we have engaged through the county's procurement process as well as internal county programming to implement these plans. We began investing in prevention, treatment, access, recovery, harm reduction, and infrastructure. We have performed an exhaustive reconciliation, and upfront, the transparent finding is that OSF funds were not maintained separately in our SUD cash account. What that meant is that we had incomplete accounting of the OSF dollars, so we have effectively pulled through all of our accounting, identified all of the OSF dollars, and I believe one of our next moves actually will be to request a separate fund for those monies, similar to what would be a similarity that similar to the Lake County Continuum of Care. So really treating it as its own programmatic kind of entity, and of course applying all accounting controls to that. Also need to revisit the governance framework. These funds are new. The regulations passed down by the Department of Healthcare Services were relatively open-ended as regards the county's application of the OSF funds and how they wanted to govern those. So now is a great time to identify what we've done and what the board's will may be moving forward with these funds. So I know it has previously been requested that we provide a projection of all future amounts. So we will, at the end of this settlement, have received a little over $22 million. And we began receiving payments in 2023 or 2024? I think 2020. 23. Yeah.
And so these payments will continue for several years. So what we've received to date out of the total allocation, and it's projected, right? It's not final until you get the settlement, is a little over $8 million. So we have remaining nearly $15 million over the course of these next years that will come to the county in opioid settlement funds. Okay, and this is a long shot just to show a visual representation of the projected OSF dollars that will come to the county. So you see it really hitting a peak in 28, 29, and 30 when they will kind of issue the largest payments, and then it will begin to trend downward with the final payment occurring in 2038. That peak year in 2030, we expect, or it's projected, that we'll receive about $1.5 million. Again, all of the total combined projected payments is close to $15 million that's coming to us. Just to revisit the stakeholder process that we did engage with, in January to July of 2024, we hired a consultant to help us develop a plan that would, again, reflect the needs of our community, be aligned with our local data, as well as the requirements, or the restrictions rather, of the funding source. So this took place over four-hour community conversations. Some of you may have participated in those. We also did surveys, structured interviews, and a variety of other activities. Overall, 139 different participants engaged. There were 26 community endorsed funding recommendations, and 5 major themes emerged from that body of work. We prioritized involvement from people with lived experience, of course, our tribal partners who are disproportionately impacted by this crisis, people involved with the justice system, as well as SafeRx, a long-standing arm of health services that originated actually with the beginning of the opioid crisis. All right, so this is how we've been approaching the spending so far. In 2023, we recognized we needed a consultant to help guide us through this process, so we issued an RFP. Ultimately, HMA was selected. We completed our community planning process, developed our expenditure plan, and then we began implementation. So we released RFPs for a variety of different levels and types of services within the framework. This was, of course, after identifying what we may have been able to lift internally. So, of course, our first job was to convene with our sister departments and say, hey, what work are we doing that we can leverage this funding for? Identified what laid outside of that, and then issued those RFPs. 2025, we were able to execute contracts. In 2026, earlier this year, we identified the accounting issues and have worked since that time to remedy that situation. And we have some proposals for your board as regards future governance of these funds. So just to revisit what the work group listed as a priority against the high impact abatement area of funds. So the work group prioritized treatment capacity,
medication-assisted treatment or narcotic treatment program access, youth prevention, naloxone and harm reduction efforts, and recovery reentry supports. Those are all aligned with the high impact abatement areas of the opioid settlement funds. These also align with our DMC ODS plan. As you may recall, we opted into the DMC ODS plan on July 1st, 2024, which is great. So what we do want to do forward, which we have been promising and will deliver on, is to deliver quarterly reports on the dollars spent, activities delivered, how it aligns with the priorities, and any measurable outcomes. This is a conceptual long-term investment framework, and it's a recommendation for your board's consideration. But our recommendation would be to allocate 40% of the OSF on infrastructure expansion. I will note that today your board approved on consent a construction agreement for the renovation and remodeling of our South Shore Clinic. And it's important to note that $600,000 of the OSF was used towards the project match. So that project is moving forward nicely. We anticipate construction beginning any week now that the contract has been executed, which is very exciting. And that will expand treatment capacity there. We also recommend 30% going to community-based organizations, and then potentially 30% going to county-operated remediation efforts, so internal county programming and spending with county staff. This is just an overview of our expenditure plan and its alignment with DHCS guiding principles. So we have to prioritize opioid remediation, these high impact abatement area strategies that I previously spoke on, using data to inform planning, so looking at overdose trends, community and lived experience as a center point of driving implementation, of course, equity and access, and then last but not least, having a transparent process. So overall, our analysis of the expenditure plans shows strong alignment with DHCS intent and Exhibit A or E, which is the high impact abatement area. This is just another overview. I won't read through it, but it's examining our priorities against the HIAA areas. These are, again, it's a review of Exhibit E, which is the guidelines and regulations under which we may utilize this funding, so you can see exactly what the state is requiring us to spend these funds on. These are approved uses for different kinds of treatment, so treating opioid use disorder, support treatment and recovery, connections to care, big focus on the criminal justice population, and of course our perinatal population, which is pregnant and parenting women and families. This is also ways that it can be used to fund prevention, which is notable because the BHSA, related to Proposition 1, has removed prevention funding as an entire category. So there's a strong alignment with how OSF supports our DMC ODS expansion. It can help us build capacity for startup and readiness. There are a couple of areas or required treatment modalities within the DMC ODS plan that we do not have. One of them is youth residential. One of them is an in-county NTP provider. We now have stood up a MAT clinic, so we're really trying to shore up the gaps in our network and make sure that we have all required and necessary levels of care. And of course, strengthening accountability. So big focus on expansion, infrastructure, prevention, harm reduction, and recovery. So again, the DMC ODS system requires us to have a variety of different levels of care. That's part of what you sign on to when you agree to DMC ODS. We've been working diligently to ensure that we have all those levels of care, but as I said, some levels of care are very challenging, I would say in Northern California, period. So we're working hard to address those missing levels of care. We have awarded contracts to Kanokatai Native Wellness, which aligns with Schedule A and B. It's a youth prevention program, and its population of focus is primarily tribal youth. We also have some outcome data from the past year of work from Kanokatai that hasn't been finalized yet, but I do look forward to sharing that publicly soon. Redwood Quality Management Company, this was the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Project Bond Award Grant number 1. And I believe that amount was about $1.2 million to serve as the local match. An update on that project is that the property has been purchased. I believe permits are approved, which was a process, and they will soon be moving forward towards procurement of construction to operationalize that. They already have fully drawn plans. We also sought to award program funds for day treatment intensive, as well as adult residential facilities. Of course, the plan facilitation and consulting. We did make an award to Redwood Community Services for transitional age youth prevention and support services, but as of this time, we do not have a contract. Pardon me. So last time we met, I believe the board also approved a small amount to use towards prevention and naloxone distribution at the Health Services Department. We also have a memorandum of understanding that's going to come to your board for approval here, I hope soon, to use OSF to pay for the SafeRx coordinator position at Health Services. Of course, we have our own B-CHIP grant project with the renovation of the Clear Lake Clinic. And then we have our own efforts and initiative to start an in-house county-operated medicated assisted treatment program out of our Lucerne clinic. And we are reviewing that as an allowable use. Nope. So this is just a wide overview of all of the current awards, what's been invoiced, what's been paid. And then this is also a different view of that same data. So showing the total amount we have coming to us, the amounts that we recommend for the variety of the 3 categories: infrastructure, expansion, community-based grants, or county-operated remediation efforts. And then of those 3 priority areas, showing how much has been spent versus what is remaining. So obviously we have a long runway and a lot of money to plan for. Another view, so this is the reconciliation snapshot. After we reconciled our OSF funds, we determined that we need to restore about $2.3 million. And we have a way to do that out of our DMC ODS SUD account. So again, the opioid settlement funds were not structurally separated from our SUD operating budget cash on hand. They will be moving forward. We will have tighter accounting controls. And here is our current SUD budget status. So presently, and this may not be completely 100% up to date, but it's probably pretty accurate. We have 3.8 cash on hand in our SUD budget. We've seen so far, and I'm guessing this is for the closeout of fiscal year 25-26, right? So we closed out at total revenues of almost 18 million. Our total expenditures were about 15.5 million. Our current cash position before holdbacks, we always hold back one, ideally more than one, but right now 1 cycle of payroll, minus the OSF holdback, would leave us room to restore the OSF. And Amber, I don't know if you want to explain that better than me at all.
No, I think you did good. I just wanted to clarify that the total revenues received is what we've received to date, and there is still outstanding revenue due from the state.
Good point of clarity. And thus there would still be outstanding expenditures linked to those, yeah. So a lot of those expenditures are going to be related to contracted DMC ODS services, and as your board may recall, we do not pay our contractors until we are paid on those claims from the state, and the state has a billing lag, which we've talked about exhaustively. So we should be closing that out here in the early fall, late summer. So we have some sources that we can tap into to support this restoration. As I spoke about in a previous meeting, Lake County has recently successfully submitted quality assurance and utilization review reimbursement claims that also apply to the SUD budget. We have a variety of different revenue sources. Right now, we could throw about $700,000 at that, leaving us with about 1.6 to restore. One consideration is a monthly restoration amount of $180,000 a month that could be completed within 10 months. Of course, we defer to your board for direction. What are we going to do differently? A dedicated opioid settlement funds tracker that tracks all payments to the use, to the funding source. It will be updated on a monthly basis. Obviously, the cash holdback while the reconciliation is completed, and then ultimately transferring those funds to their own fund. We still have some historical use review to complete to confirm allowable uses versus the amounts to restore. Quarterly reports to the board. Of course, it's very important to tie spending of the OSF to the actual data. What did it improve, right? And again, there is some strong data forthcoming regarding some of the initiatives. And then a governance decision log to show how are we going to approach this as a county. So this is an overview of our understanding of the governance structure. So as the behavioral health plan, we have subject matter expertise, and also we are the operational arm. We can identify those service gaps and make recommendations to the board as regards spending and implementation of programming. And then ultimately, of course, your board of supervisors holds the ultimate approval. So here's some things also that we have to do. We need to identify all of our internal remediation needs, the activities, service gaps, target population, program narratives, a complete allowable use alignment, a variety of different things, and then ongoing tracking, monitoring, and regular reporting. We also request admin costs from the OSF. One thing to note is that this is very administratively heavy. And we are pretty much at our capacity lifting the extensive transformation of the behavioral health systems from CalAIM through Proposition 1. So we could use the support in that way. This is the requested direction from your board today to consider approval of the Opioid Settlement Fund's Reconciliation and Restoration Plan. Consider, and if your board wants to approve, the budget categories that we propose. Direct us to return with a spending plan for future costs. Identify new priority areas, and of course clarify and ratify the governance structure. All right, that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, questions from the board at this point? Not seeing, or go ahead.
I was just waiting to see if someone else had something to say first. Appreciate getting this report. I'm gonna try my best to say things appropriately, but I know I've been requesting for something like this since probably May of 2025. I've denied a lot of contracts because I'm concerned about what we're doing with these funds, and now we're facing what the actualities are. In a sense, a $2.3 million loan was made without a loan from the OSF funds. I'm glad that we are catching that. I do worry about when we get audited. Does that put our future settlement fund revenues in potential danger I don't think any of us knows that until the state makes a decision and an audit is actually done. And so that's the timeline does not lead me to be very happy about all of this information, because I've been regularly requesting for us to go back and look at the expenditure plan, what our strategy is, and in reviewing our December 3rd, 2024 meeting when we did go through the expenditure plan, no official consensus of support or approval was made. And in fact, I have it right here. Formal approval of a plan is not required by the Department of Healthcare Services, but the department is bringing this forward for visibility of the board. The board should always have final decision on major decisions such as this, and I don't think we should be belittled in the decision-making process that we've been elected to do. And to be in a situation like this, I mean, 55% of the OSF funds have been misused. And that is concerning to me, that we are at that level. And so we have, I'm going to the page, I believe it is page 16 of the presentation. So these are the contracts the major contracts that we have signed.
Oh my gosh. Sorry.
No worries.
Slide 16, program alignment, yes. No. Wow.
There it is. So I'm concerned in all of these contracts. Konokatai, I would like to see an amendment that if they sell their car, if they crash their car, that we did not just buy an asset that disappears. Same thing with Redwood Quality Management. I would like to see an amendment to that contract that says if they build the building, which it looks good, everything's moving along, and they sell it as soon as they're done, the state can grab their money back. We have nothing in our contract to get our money back. I would like to see an amendment, and I'd like to see those amendments within the next 30 days to protect us from those potential losses. I have every belief that Mr. Bill is going to do everything he can and wants to do, because I've seen his work, and I very much appreciate the work that you do and respect the work that you do, but we have to protect ourselves in a contractual way. And we fronted money with no expectations or anything aligned and connected to the purchase of assets that are not our assets, that if they disappear, we just spent money and that money disappears. So I would like within 30 days to see, and if there's consensus, to see those contracts amended. Obviously, we can't force anybody to sign a contract. There's going to be negotiations. But if their mission is aligned with our mission, then I don't think that those negotiations will be difficult to get to a place where we can all agree that we're just protecting one another. And then we have a contract that we have not seen any services at all. It just continues to, and it continues to create further concern. This is supposed to be a generational, life-changing status or opportunity for us, and coming back here after more than a year's worth of requesting to be brought back to this place for this discussion, it's frustrating. From what I understand, you're offering $700,000 some dollars right off the bat, and then $180,000 per month. I mean, I would love to see that be as minimum as possible. because similar to the conversation about the other $2 million loan that you have from the general fund, that's a loss of funds that we can make money off of money at that point in time. But there's no choice. It has to be paid back, and if it can't be paid back today, then it needs to be paid back, but I'd love to see it be less than 10 months. I'm going down to the other things that you had set up as well. So the budget categories, I don't know that I can say absolutely 40%. So I'm just going to give you a vision, and I know it doesn't match the community's vision. It may not match this board's vision. I know I spoke about it at the conference I just went to. There was a lot of that's interesting, but we don't know if that can be done. We know that we have money coming in all the way to 2038. 90% chance that we're going to continue to get that funding. It's possible something major happens that changes that, but we do have a settlement agreement that we've all signed on. I do not want to see us paying for other people's assets. I would rather we build our own assets, that maybe some of our nonprofits can use those assets. And one of those things that I know, it's in my heart of hearts, and maybe I'm just an idiot, or maybe I'm living in the wrong world, but 85% of the people in our jail have substance use disorder issues based on the jail medical reports that I've received. Now, it depends what the crime is for why they're there. Maybe they deserve to be in jail, or maybe they need a better place to not be addicted to drugs, to help them not be addicted to drugs, so when they go back out, they have a better chance of actually not recidivizing. I've seen and heard of those programs in other places. It appears to work based on the numbers they provided. Our jail currently is at a very low number of inmates. It could go back up after speaking to the sheriff based on future potential. But if it doesn't, I would love to see, is it possible to do a debt service where the money we receive from the opioid settlement can pay off the debt service, as long as the debt service we received can be used to leverage more funds and build something today rather than wait and save money all the way to 2038 for building something amazing and major. Is that a possibility? I've never gotten an answer, and I'd love to get an answer, because those people who find themselves going to jail because they are doing drugs, and they are doing, in my opinion, low crimes, not crimes that are harmful necessarily in specific ways. I don't know how to separate that. But I would just love to see that, if that's possible. We have a jail right now that is almost halfway in capacity of what it could potentially be, and I would love to see us at one point in time within the next 6 months, if the jail inmates population doesn't go back up, how can we utilize a wing as a dedicated rehab for folks where we can get reimbursed for what we do, because it is not a jail, it is a rehabilitation center. It happens in other places. We could potentially do the same. But I want to know, can we get a loan on the money we know and anticipate that we're going to get? And in that loan, can we leverage that to get more funding, such as B-CHIP, to be able to do something amazing? So I don't want to see future assets in the hands of others. I want to see, if we build assets, we're building it for ourselves, so we can have them in the long run and do with it what we feel. I don't want a percentage on each category. I think the categories just need to be what they are, because I think we're going to have to be flexible anyways. And the government structure, yes, I think we're already getting quarterly reports, or actually we're supposed to get monthly reports from you and your department. But I think in the long run, you've always done the work to find what are appropriate programs or appropriate projects, and then you bring those to us for approval. And I just think that's the way it needs to keep going. But how do I know that, and I guess it'll be part of the thing, that OSF funds are not being used for anything else? Because that was the questions that I had. And something more than just this conversation has to happen. and I don't know what it is. We have a loan that is struggling to pay us back. We have this where money was commingled and wrongfully used. We have contracts that aren't strong in protecting our funds. I don't have, the answers I have are not good answers as to what needs to happen, but this board needs to have a serious conversation about doing nothing is telling the public we're okay with what has been brought to us, what we know about, but doing something is like, what does that step look like? Because I am very concerned that we only know what the right questions are to find out information, and that is there something else that I should be asking that I just haven't asked that doesn't bring us some of this information. So I feel the conversation should not end here. It needs to keep going, but to know that $2.3 million was commingled and used in other ways that are not compliant with OSF is a big deal. And to know that we have a contract where we receive nothing out of that contract is a big deal. And doing nothing is on us.
Supervisor Owen?
I'm going to echo Supervisor Sabatier's concerns. As I know that you know, I've had some major concerns as well. It looks like in the last 12 months, your department has went in the about $4.5 million with the $2 million loan from the general fund and the 2.3 misuse of the OSF funds. I too really believe that if we're going to be doing construction or rebuilding buildings, we need to be doing it. We need to be owning them. We do not need to be doing it for contractors. And I know that there has been some what I feel is fraud, and I just really want to make sure that we tighten this up and that we're responsible. Our contracts have to be there, tight enough to be able to protect us. I love the idea of the rehabilitation. That's not something I had thought of, but that would be really cool in our departments to be able to offer something along those lines. And that's where I'm sitting on it. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions from board members?
Can I just clarify? I don't mean to be argumentative with you, Supervisor Owen. I don't believe that the word that you used is appropriate, and maybe I said things that were inappropriate, and please correct me. I don't think that there is fraud. I think that we have seen potential waste.
Okay.
And I think we need to be real about the word choice that we are saying.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions before I open it up to the public? Anybody in the room wish to comment? Go ahead and come forward.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Board. I want to take a slightly different tack, but it is related to what's being discussed here. I found it interesting in the slide presentation that there's a recommendation to have a separate fund for these funds because they were commingled. The deja vu for me is this isn't the first time I've heard this. So we had almost an identical conversation about this on the biochar project about a year ago, where the state of California was concerned. There might have been, I think they actually used the word fraud as a concern that they were investigating because funds had arrived and they weren't necessarily used properly, and that was a component of that concern. My larger question is, why isn't that for all departments? Why isn't the CAO or whatever the appropriate entity is making sure that as we get funding from other sources, federal funds, state funds, funds from philanthropy or what have you that are earmarked for specific targets or specific efforts, that should be a no-brainer. That should always be the case. And to see that it's just bundled into stuff, it's just inviting misuse, whether intentional or not. I don't think any of this was intentional. I think that it was the lack of a financial structure that would not only give us the accounting that we need, but also protect ourselves from ourselves, knowing that, oh, I can't use that money for here. I can look at what the stipulations are and know which bucket I need to draw from, and keep us all honest and keep us all doing the right thing the right way. It certainly is a problem with behavioral health, as they've acknowledged, but I sit there and I see it happen with other departments as well. So as you go forward recommending a policy, that policy should be a blanket policy for every department. Special districts had an issue, I think, in Spring Valley with money being used to build a center that money wasn't intended for. And how did that happen? So I'm actually pleased to see that the board is taking fiscal responsibility a little bit more seriously this year than I've seen in the past, and I'm very thankful for that. And I think this is just part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Good morning, Board. Kyle Bill, Executive Director, Kanokatai Native Wellness. I appreciate the discussion and points that Supervisor Sabati is bringing up and Supervisor Owen. I just want to speak on behalf of Kanokatai as one of the contract recipients for this funding that definitely understand having to ask those tough questions. We would be willing to look at those discussions around our contract amendments to alleviate some of those concerns that you have around investments that you're making. I just want to kind of also kind of broaden the understanding that Kanokatai has been around since 2010, but we have 100-year lineage to this area. We're going to be here. We've been here prior to this funding being here. We're committed to this work. We're committed to Lake County. So an investment in us is an investment in Lake County. And what we're doing, I think it's a wonderful idea going to the prisons or the jails here locally. We ourselves go into the jails to support relatives that are incarcerated. But I also want to acknowledge that the work that we're doing at our Lakeport office is prevention. We're trying to capture our youth prior to getting into those systems. And the impacts that our program has had because of the county's investment through these funds, we're already seeing positive change. We know that this work is a marathon. We might not see the things that were, the impacts today, but we as tribal people know that the work that we're doing is for the next 7th generation. And so the impacts of what we're doing today might not be felt here, but I want to reiterate, we have youth that are following our footsteps, and they're going to be the ones to take over Kanokatai, and they're going to continue this work. But we're open to dialogue. We're open to having supervisors come and visit our office, see our youth, what the impacts that these funds are actually having on the ground, because the data and the numbers don't always tell the complete story. And we're always willing to share that. And again, just to collaborate together, work together. I previously served for my tribe, and I know how difficult it is to have to be accountable for dollars, to make sure that we are good stewards of those resources. So I definitely understand the position that you're in and are always willing to work. But I just wanted to just share from our perspective that we are seeing positive change. We are making change for the future, and it's because of those resources. We are limited in our capacity, and so we're expanding our current facility. So it's a positive thing, but I also see that there's potential for us to work together to meet our common goal, which is to build a healthier community. And I just want to let you know that Kanokatai is here, that we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. We're going to do this work regardless. It's just the impact is greater because of your support, and we appreciate it. So I just wanted to share that, and again, invite anyone to come and see us and visit us in our office and the impact that we're doing. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing anyone online?
Yes, we have
Guest, if you could identify yourself, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to
And state your
say
name.
that, oh, I'm sorry, Angela. I just wanted to state that hearing the concerns that were raised today with the funds being commingled, and it's disheartening. That should a separate fund should have been created for that from the beginning. I don't know who should have had that oversight, if it should have been the CAO's office, but it ultimately comes back to the Board of Supervisors. And in budgets, this was never addressed, it was never brought up. I think that with so many different departments having funding issues, there needs to be a harder look at what is going on with some of this funding that is coming in. There are other organizations throughout the state and other counties that there's been reports of misuse of funds. I do not want to see that in Lake County, but we do not have transparency. I encourage you guys to please do something about transparency, ensuring that these funds are being used properly, not in just this department, in all departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Now I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board. I believe Vice Chair was first.
You can go.
Or
I just had a
Superintendent, go
question.
ahead.
When we were looking at receiving these funds, opioid settlement funds, there was like a series of meetings and sessions, right, with different people, and there was plans on how this money was going to be spent. Could you kind of walk me through that and what happened during those timeframes? Because I know that there was a lot of discussion around what the county was going to do with that funding and whatnot. So.
Absolutely. So that work was done in January to July of 2024. So the first part of 2024, we had the consultant. They came in. We had 4 community, essentially listening and workshop sessions where we went through, like, first of all, what is the opioid settlement fund? So we did education to this group about what that is. And then we said, here's the sandbox. Here's what you can use the funding for. Then we said, here's our data in Lake County, which is tragic, and overlaid that with what's allowable, what's really needed, and what does the community want to see. So that's the data that was collected and analyzed. And I do have, hold on, I'll show you the, I have the plan pulled up so we can go back to that. Oh, it's doing the fun thing. So this is the plan. This is the first, this is first identifying what the community saw as gaps and barriers. So they essentially occupied 5 different buckets. So some of them are structural. We don't have a lot of solid infrastructure for treatment. A lot of them are prevention and education. Then there's just straight up treatment services, period. Services we don't have enough of. And that comprises, as you'll see, the largest bucket of concerns that was identified by the community. Then aftercare. What about after treatment, after jail, after program? What's available for people to stop that cycle? And then addressing things like social determinants of health that impact the person and their likelihood of struggling with this. So what that led to was these variety of priority areas. So essentially this was an exercise where we did surveys, and we also did an in-person exercise where of all of these priority areas that was identified and confirmed to align with the high abatement impact areas, what would be the most important? So what people did is they had a sticker and they went around and like stuck it by, and we did it that way. And so I don't know if you can quite tell, but there are some gray shaded boxes on there. I know it's quite subtle, but in the structural category, there's workforce development was identified. Like we need better period of pipeline, essentially workforce development. We need people to work. Prevention, education. We had parent workshops, early school education, detox education, and just general education about substance use and opioid misuse. For treatment, detoxification centers were identified as top priority, as was mobile narcotic treatment programs, which, spoiler alert, that was required of every county anyways as part of Proposition 1. So the community was actually really on point because that came to fruition as a mandate. Youth residential services. That's a really concerning and missing level of treatment for us, which we still don't have, actively working on it. Additional SUD providers, increased access to medication-assisted treatment was a really hot priority from our community. Then there's a variety, I guess the greatest amount of ideas and potential solutions was identified in the social determinants of health category, followed by treatment. So that's kind of what the community said was the most important, and again, we synthesized that in alignment. So we also did a analysis of the current areas, like we wanted to take a stock of what are we already doing, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, or how can we leverage this wheel to roll to a new, better place, right? How can we make it bigger? So that was also part of the conversation. So these ultimately came out to be what was the most heavily prioritized by our community under these 5 different buckets. And so that's the process that we used. And then in terms of developing the RFP, we looked at, okay, what could we lift in county? What could we do as county staff? What can we not so easily do as county staff? One thing that's very hard to lift as a government is any type of residential program. Because of the staffing requirements. So those residential programs, which would include any jail-based services, have to have, in some cases, doctors, nurses, other qualified staff to operate these programs. It's much more difficult for us. In fact, it's been so difficult for us to procure that type of staff that we eliminated those positions from our budget several years ago because of the complete inability to recruit RNs, MDs, DOs, anything like that. So we looked at that and ultimately aligned it with what was the hottest priority, so that hence the RFP for the youth services with Kanokatai Native Wellness, because again, tribal youth were our most impacted population in the county and also identified by our community as the most important thing that we could probably focus on. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I was just, and you presented this to us in, what, about 24, 25, or after the series of sessions were done?
Yes, it would have been.
December 3rd, 2024.
Thank you.
Okay, and then, I had it, Bruno. I had something else to say, but I forgot. I'll let Jessica go, and then I'll remember.
Vice Chair?
Thank you. So this is, once in a generation funding opportunity, like you stated, and it is really important that we invest in making this change. It is one-time funding, and we have a lot of reasons to do this course correction. So I am grateful that we're having this conversation today, and we do need to really tighten some things down. But I have a different perspective. I think that we did need to invest in infrastructure and assets for our partner agencies who we contract with annually, because we don't have those resources in our county. And it does take a lump of funding up front to make sure something gets built or remodeled, or a vehicle to, if that is the barrier, then that's what this funding is for, to reduce those barriers. Do we need to go back and tighten these contracts? Absolutely. Make sure that we protect that funding and make sure that it doesn't slip away. But I am really interested in programs for the jail. We do have a big opportunity right now because we have a high vacancy there. But in order for us to have the places for people to go and get treatment, however they need to be treated or want to be treated, and if that's culturally sensitive treatment, or if that's through an access point that the county can provide, this is one-time funding. We can't ramp up staffing and build our own facilities. It's just not feasible with what we have and what we're projected to see over the next few years. So this is the beginning of a conversation. We do really need to look at our contracts and we really need to tighten up our system. So I'm glad that we're doing this now because this is not an easy conversation. And I'm glad that my question got to follow yours, Supervisor Crandall, because that's what we were talking about, is all of these things. These are the, out of those workshops, and I went to one or two, this is what was determined that our county needs. And we're working in that direction.
All right, I'm in favor of looking at these contracts too, to make sure that we've got every protection for the county. And I know because we've had some concerns with that in the past, so I'm confident we can figure out a way to do that. On the restoration, it sounds like you're most comfortable with this plan of the 700,000 now and 180,000 a month. It sounds like you would have concerns of being able to sustain it if we tried to change that in any manner, or is there other options that you think are viable?
Ms. Amber Luch.
I think it's a very reserved repayment approach. It's a safe approach. Obviously, if we have more revenue than what we anticipate, we would apply anything extra to restoring the OSF funds, but this was a very kind of controlled repayment so that we're not overextending ourselves and getting ourselves into this where we can't pay our contractors or, needing a loan or any kind of fiscal trouble.
And that would, because I know we have that other repayment plan going as well, so this, you don't think would affect that?
No, these are two different budget units.
Okay, all right. So it looks like we've got several things to figure out here.
Mr. Chair.
What's that?
I would note that we are already working with County Counsel's office on revisions to these contracts with being more robust and protective of the county and the contractor. So that work is already in motion, so I appreciate the direction to staff to continue.
Okay, and those, do you have a question?
I do. I just wanted to kind of clarify, when we were talking about investing in ourselves, I know that Supervisor Pyska felt that it was okay, and she kind of supports. This is money that we're giving to contractors to build their own facilities. And what I was trying to bring forward is that if we have to build a facility, that we own it. And therefore, we can then lease it to them, perhaps, something along those lines. But I didn't want to give this money to contractors for them to build it, and therefore they own it. And just to be clear, that we would then maybe have a revenue, a source of revenue with a lease for them. I'm not saying that we don't build these facilities. I'm just saying that we would own them. Thank you.
Okay. So it sounds like we've got several things. The first one is accepting the current reconciliation and restoration framework. So I think, are we going to need motions on, or just consensus on all these different parts of the recommended action? I see several pieces to it.
Are these actions generally directions to staff, or are you considering any actions beyond directions to staff?
No, I think what we need to figure out is just confirm the direction to staff out of this recommended action, but I'm reading it as several different aspects, so it sounds like we can just figure out consensus on the different pieces, because some of them may be different.
Correct. Consensus would be fine. Just be clear about what each part is that you're approving.
Right. So I'm looking at the reconciliation and restoration at this point to see if we can get consensus on that. You have a question?
Yes, just real quick before we move forward. I know that part of this has to do with there's a project in Clear Lake that's going to work for outreach that's kind of taking the place of I don't know if this is interlaced, but what has to do with losing the peer support center on all of that. Is this, the settlement funds are part of an initiative to build that outreach center, right? No?
It's just an expansion of the facility that's there for more offices to provide more services.
I can provide additional clarity. So that grant was awarded to expand outpatient SUD treatment services as well as outpatient specialty mental health services. So it's an outpatient community behavioral health clinic. It adds over 100 treatment slots for beds. I can provide all of that too.
Okay.
But it's billable Medicaid services that happen out of that clinic.
And then, so the funds for the opioid settlement funds, none of those are being used to like pay for the lease or anything like for the peer support center, or can it, or nothing like that?
No funds. Well, that's a complex question. So some contracted providers have utilized opioid settlement funds to potentially purchase a lease for a facility to operate program out of, but the county has not used OSF to pay for any leases that the county holds. Does that, there's a little bit of nuance to that.
Yeah.
Not that it could, we would have to explore the allowability of that. And of course, we would just make moves at your board's direction if that's something you wanted to explore.
No, I would, only because I know, just even in seeing because this center has been, basically vacated, there's just, I've been by Nylander Park, and I know that was a big facility for that, and so I don't know, I had to mention it because there's so much concern, especially from Clear Lake Oaks, about it, and I know, so I had to mention it, that's all.
Well, it's notable because BHSA eliminated prevention,
Right.
and now this funding source prevention is an allowable use.
Yeah.
All right.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes.
Apologies. If we can actually break the recommended actions into at least 2 motions and then the rest by consensus, because of the way it's written. Accepting the current reconciliation and restoration framework, we would do that by motion. And then, let's see what else we have. The fund budgeting, if we could do that by motion. The rest we can do with consensus.
So that would be the settlement fund planning categories for future budgeting and reporting? Or
Correct.
so basically those first 2.
The first 2.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, just a question. I guess I want to do both ends of the spectrum. On one end, it's a reconciliation restoration plan, but on the other end, no funds are allowed to be used without approval from the Board of Supervisors, period. Because we got here without approval, now we're giving approval to walk backwards. I want to make sure we block both ends to not have this situation ever occur again. I don't care if it's $5,000 here or $5,000 there. This is, again, a very specific settlement agreement that we've received for a very specific purpose, and I think we need to be involved in any, I know the procurement purchasing ordinance allows for specific things to be spent. I just want to highlight, no, I don't think anything should be spent without our allowable, similar to the Safe RX request for the Pride Fair.
Okay.
Just to put that in a motion.
Second.
Okay. So do we want to start with the consensus or the motions? Because we've got some other pieces as well. Or we start with the motion. If you want to help us with that, Carlos, on a proposed motion.
Yeah, start with the motion for the first 2. The first 2 recommended actions. We'll have to work on the exact language for Supervisor Sabatier's suggestion about approving any further spending. So we would have a motion to accept the current reconciliation and restoration framework
So that would be the first one.
Correct.
Do we have any edits to that?
Do we have one?
Is that,
I mean, sorry.
yeah,
Go ahead.
My only edit is a very similar conversation that was had regarding the $2 million loan that you also have, that if there's the ability to pay it faster, please do so. I want to see that OSF go back to where it should be as soon as possible. And with the monthly conversations, we'll be able to track that. And so that's what I would add to the reconciliation plan. It sounds like it's 10 months with the original 700 approximate amount of the initial reimbursement to that fund. And within that, I don't know if it's a different one, but you will separate into a different account so that it doesn't ever have the ability to commingle.
Fund.
Fund, not account. Thank you. Words matter.
And I believe they did state earlier that they would pay it back, or they would add additional amounts if money became available, so I don't have a problem with that. So that'll be part of that first motion.
okay.
It'd be part of the second one, I think, for the planning categories for future budgeting and reporting.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I move that we accept the current reconciliation and restoration framework.
Okay,
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that one carries 5-0.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the proposed opioid settlement fund planning categories for future budgeting and reporting.
I'll second and open it up for discussion,
Yeah,
if that's okay with
yes,
you, Chair.
please.
I still think that the percentages should be made flexible and not firm, in the sense that it really depends what the need and what the opportunity, and there's so many things that can swing in different directions. I like the categories, but I want to be flexible.
Flexible with the categories, I'm okay with that.
So just question, so for say it was 43% instead of 40?
Or even 60%, if that was a great opportunity, that is a change factor for our communities, I want to be able to support that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm good.
Approve with flexibility.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. And everything else?
Direct
Go ahead.
public health to return with the spending plan prior to new discretionary OSF.
Behavioral health.
I'm sorry, it should read behavioral health.
Okay, with behavioral health commitments.
Yes, and actually, I was thinking, we did this plan. It's not old, but it's aging. And so I would appreciate board direction on the cadence of, like, potentially hiring a consultant or not, and revising or, revisiting the plan similar to how we're required to with the Behavioral Health Services Act plan, where we have to do it every 3 years. That wasn't a consideration that I apologize for bringing that, but I also wonder if the board has thoughts on that.
So the direction is just to have you come back with these plans.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I mean, just based on the comment made, I'm not interested in going through, I went to all 4 of those community meetings. I'm not interested in going back over that right away. I like what you're saying, which matching the now BHSA, MHSA process of every 3 years. I think it's a good place to, what have we done so far? What should we continue to focus on? So that way we can pivot in the right direction and not still have this wide breadth of choices.
Maybe it would then just be the direction of the board during regular review to, like, okay, it's time to redo or revisit, revitalize the plan.
I think it'd probably be best to set a date just to make sure that we don't keep saying move on, move on, move on. And I would say January 29. That way that gives us 3 years. That's when we really started spending money, was this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that direction.
Okay. Consensus?
Or else it may never happen.
I agree. Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
And Is there anything else we need to cover?
So I guess was that a second that you needed for that?
I think that was consensus
Okay,
now.
okay.
We did the two motions, so everything else is okay.
By
with
consensus, correct.
Yeah.
Consensus, but I'm not sure if we
More
covered
things
it.
on the list. The allocations, internal use, affirm the proposed governance structure, and direct behavioral health to provide quarterly updates to the board regarding receipts, expenditures, restoration progress, commitments, project status, and outcomes.
Everybody good?
We can blend those with the other report that you're going to provide.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a
Would
fan
make
of brevity. So just to clarify, did the, we will, and frankly, we don't have a lot of capacity even to lift some of the planning and work that would be required for any expenditures, but any cent of expenditure, regardless of whether it was in county, in-house, or not, would come before the board for approval. Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I just have, again, I have deeper concerns about the finances of the department itself. I would like to ask admin, what budgetary tools do we have to get a better grasp of where we are rather than ending in places such as this, where we find out we might be in a situation, I mean, again, if there's an audit, there could be some hardships that come along from that, from having to either not receive future funds or having to pay them back in different ways. What financial mechanisms are not in place that should be in place, or that we should be, I guess, asking during our quarterly reports? I'm not the expert in the room, and I'd like to get some help in ensuring that we are watching what we should be watching, rather than waiting for items like this to come.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We have been looking at this, and we'll continue to look at this and make some recommendations to the board. I need to meet with my fiscal staff to see capacity, and as you know, we're preparing for final right now. So that's the best advice I can give right now, because I really need to do a deep dive.
So you might be able to come back during final to provide what those mechanisms could
Yeah,
be?
I believe so.
Okay.
But I do need to talk to staff, confer with staff.
Okay. I was looking for consensus from the board to
Yes.
agree with that.
Yes, we have consensus for that. Thank you.
So who is setting up the fund to keep track of these? Is that within your department?
We would request it from the CAO's office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think we covered everything.
I do have one final question,
Go
Chair.
ahead.
I apologize. You had mentioned payments to contractors. I know in the conversation, I believe it was on June 23rd, when I watched the video, there was, maybe it was before, concerns about payments not being made to contractors, because you had also a line item of this is the amount of money that we have not paid out yet. Are we up to date on paying our contractors, or is there a deeper concern?
We are up to date. I appreciate the question. In instances where we have a contract and no money has been expended, well, there was a contract award. The Redwood Community Services, ultimately, we never brought a contract forward.
There's no fully executed.
There's no fully executed contract for a variety of reasons. So no funding, that funding needs to be reallocated back into the total pot since it was unspent. All contracts are current in the OSF.
Okay. And then my final comment is I don't mind purchasing assets for other people or helping other nonprofits, but we have to have a return on investment and protection to ensure we get years of service back to the community for the assets that we helped develop. That's my major concern.
And I believe we have that situated now with today's action. Do you have any other questions, or?
I do not believe so, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, then I think we've established all the needed consensus. So we'll go ahead and close this item.
Thank you.
And thank you for being here today. 2 minutes? We're going to be on a 2-minute break. our meeting back to order. And first, I'm going to call 6.6, an 11:30 a.m. item, consideration of presentation of the Lake County System Improvement Plan for the term of November 25 to November 2030. And there's a request to move this to
Please move it to a future date and time
a future date and time.
to be determined.
Right, so I'll open it up to the public as to only whether or not we move this item. Is there anybody in the room? Anybody online? No. Okay, so we have consensus to move that? Yeah, looks like we're good. Okay, that concludes that item. Now I'm going to move on back to our 11 a.m. item, 6.5 item, consideration of a presentation by Alliant on the County of Lake 2027 medical renewal. I'll turn it over to Human Resources for opening this up.
Good afternoon, Board. Pam Samak, HR Director. And I'm actually going to be turning this over to Arondi Camel, our Senior HR Analyst, who is our benefits guru and coordinator, to review our 2027 renewal.
Thanks, Pam. Arondi Campbell, Human Resources Analyst. So today we have our broker Alliant, who will actually be leading the health insurance presentation. Before they begin, though, we wanted to provide a brief update. There will be a significant rate increase for plan year 2027 on the health insurance. We've met with the benefits committee. They've reviewed the renewals. And just as a reminder, the benefits committee is composed of our union groups and as well as board members. So the medical will be increasing by 18.9% and the dental will be increasing by 11.5%. There were many factors that contributed to the rate increase, one being high utilization in health services, so our employees are using the health insurance. High utilization in prescription medication, with the latest being the GLP-1s for weight loss. Lower dependent participation, so we have fewer employees enrolling their dependents to the health insurance, which when you have fewer people, the cost sharing for those healthcare claims are a little bit higher. A health plan works best when there's a large and diverse group of participants with different healthcare needs. It helps spread out the risk and the cost across the plan. That makes a plan more stable and helps reduce those premiums. Inflation is also a big component. Things are just costing more than previous years. New medical technology and expanded treatment options are helping with the patient care. However, those advancements also come at a higher cost, contributing to the overall rise in healthcare expenses across the industry. We want to make sure employees are aware of this increase for plan year 2027, because depending on what kind of health plan they have, they will be starting to pay out of pocket for employee-only coverage. Our office is going to be doing its best to provide as much information as we can, and we encourage all employees to reach out to the HR office. I'll pass it over to Tom Shear and Chloe Smith from Alliant.
Hi there, my name's Tom Shear. I'm a benefits consultant with Alliant. This is my 48th year of doing this and my close to 20th year working with Lake County and the other cities and counties in the PRISM Joint Powers Authority for purchasing health insurance. What I'm going to tell you today is just a quick overview of what the rate change would be. Then we're going to talk about why you're doing this through PRISM Health and not through the independent market or through CalPERS. A little bit of context, big picture stuff with what's going on with the rate of change in healthcare costs across the United States. Then the specifics of your county, what's driving rates here. And then finally a little look at what's going on 2027 in the future. So the renewal itself for 2027 was among the higher rate changes for the entire PRISM Health program. You have contracted through PRISM in a purchasing pool now for pretty much 20 years. This gives you the opportunity to participate with 13 other counties, 18 other cities, 26 public agencies, in a pool of 50,000 people buying coverage instead of yourselves with about 1,100. And that gives you some economy of scale and some advantages, which we'll show you later on. The original rate change proposed for the pool this year was among the highest that PRISM's ever had, and it was almost 16%. A very big chunk of that was driven by glucagon-like peptides, GLP-1s, for weight loss. And the PRISM Health Committee, which is made up of people like Pam and Randy, who makes the final decisions on how this plan is run. That's who we, Alliant, work for, as well as for you individually, made the tough decision to stop covering weight loss at all, zero, after January 1st with weight loss medications. And that brought the program renewal down from almost 16% to 10.7. So that all by itself, we had tens of millions of dollars being spent across the program for thousands of people on weight loss. And that was a tough decision to make because there's a lot of, affects individuals' lives. It affects how they think about themselves and what's going on and how they view the employer and so forth. But the committee felt they needed to make a tough decision because it was just too much money going that direction. Thus, taking that out took the renewal down to 10%. That was a big deal. For Lake County, the way that worked, your original renewal was 24%, which I'll explain more about in a second, but taking the weight loss meds out brings you down to 18.9. That 18.9 is still about $2.5 million. That's a heck of a lot of money, and I want to talk about what's going on and why that rate change happened. The next page is a kind of a global contextual history of your performance. On the far left-hand side, your rate changes year over year. The PRISM Health Program rate changes in the second column, and then the differences between the pool and your rates in the third column. A couple of indices on the right, CalPERS, what they're doing, and then PPO rates paid by insurers. In the red box that goes across the bottom half of the page, your average change in rates over the last 10 years is 8%. The pool program, those other 40,000 people, 45,000 people, is about 6.5. So you're averaging about 1% more per year than the program does. You can see the CalPERS is 7, and commercial insurance, the right-hand column, those rates are higher because there's profit involved. If insurance companies have to make money, the rates don't come down to the same the way that they do for you. One of the things that happens that's really important in the PRISM pool is all those 50 folks are in there because they know over time they're going to make their own rates. What happens is we come up with a rate increase for the program, and that looks at the loss ratio. Your loss ratio in 2025 was 100.8%. So you spent more money than you paid in that year. The pool itself, their loss ratio is about 90. So what happens is every year we go through and look at how each of the 50 employers in the program compares to the pool. Is their loss ratio close to the pool or not? And if you're significantly higher, you can get a bigger rate change in the pool. If you're significantly lower, you can get less. Your very first year in the program, back on 2018, not on this table, you all did better than the program. You got almost a 2% less of a rate increase than the pool. Since then, most of the time, the way it works now is every other year your rate can be adjusted so that the other guys aren't subsidizing you and you're not subsidizing them. We're trying to have this be fair and allocate the losses across the program. This every other year model gives you some protection. When you have a big rate increase, you get 18 months for it to work in, so hopefully your loss ratio adjusts enough so that you'll be at the pool renewal or better the next year. It's trying to be fair to everybody who's in the program. One of the big things about PRISM is it's a not-for-profit. You're part of, you work with them for property and casualty insurance, and as do 50 other counties. This on the employee benefits side, not-for-profit, all the money goes in or goes out is related to either administration of the program or what goes to pay claims and so forth. We Alliant, we are under contract to the program itself. We get paid about $3 per month per employee. Your rates go up, we don't make more money. We get paid the same no matter what happens. The only way we make more money is if more people join. So,
Which I want to say is different than traditional plans, because traditional plans are based on premiums, percentage of premiums,
Yeah.
and they have a flat rate.
yeah, you get paid 5% of the rates, and the rates go up, the broker gets 5% more, right? That's not the business we're in. The next slide, what we wanted to do when we saw the rate change this big is we recommended to your team that we find out if somebody else would do it for less. Would another health insurer give you a better rate than what you're getting for PRISM? We went to Aetna, Anthem, Cigna, Blue Shield, and United Healthcare, and they all declined for various reasons, either not being competitive, pretty much not competitive, that they thought that they would have to charge more. Remember, they're in it for profit. They never want to lose money. It's a different kind of pricing model. The context for this change is, this is a study from Price Waterhouse that reports, that takes data from 100 health plans around the country to try and figure out what's really going on, what's the expected rate of change in the future. You see that big zigzag in the middle? That's COVID. Things were going along kind of steady Eddie from 2015 to 2020, and then bam, nobody went to the doctor for a little while. And then the next year in 2021, everybody who didn't go in 20 also went in 21, along with the people who just went in 2021. The unfortunate part of that is the way that things are trending on the right-hand side. And this is a study Price Waterhouse has been doing for 30 years now. It's running at we're at a 10-year high with the expected rate of change of just medical claims themselves, 8.5% to 9%. So the exact same thing next year that happened this year would be 9% more expensive. And pharmacy is 12 to 14%. Those are big numbers, and those are a systemic nationwide problem with the healthcare system. Medi-Cal figures into that, Medicare figures into it, private equity buying up private practices figures into it. There's a lot of factors there. When we narrow the focus from the big picture down to the PRISM pool you're in, and we're going to get to the county after this, the upper left-hand side there where it says overall increase in utilization, that's how many drugs and how many times somebody goes to the doctor, how many days in the hospital. That's how many units of care are being used. So there was an 11.5% increase in the frequency, the units of care. In green there, those units of care are increasing at 5 to 10 to 15%. In other words, a day in the hospital costs more this year than it cost last year. Why is that happening? The nurses have to get raises. You've seen in the papers, there's not much Kaiser here, but you've seen elsewhere. Sutter Health, their folks wanted to get raises. You got to pay for labor costs in healthcare. That contributes to the cost, even if everything's the same year over year. Large claims, $1 million claims are a big deal. Cancer's gotten expensive. It used to be a terminal illness. Now it's a chronic illness in the sense, and the reason it's more expensive is because those meds like Keytruda and Tremfya, things that you see on TV, those things are keeping people alive, but they're expensive. And cancer's getting to be a big deal. The bottom in red, which is an interesting choice from my colleagues, let's put the bad news in red, make it look really bad. Pharmacy was mostly driven by the weight loss meds, but it's not just weight loss. The Ozempic, which is the diabetes version of Wegovy, which is weight loss, they're the exact same thing. Ozempic is a much better drug than insulin. It has really helped people do better control of their blood sugar, but it costs way, way, way more. So people who are getting better care, but those GLP-1 meds on the diabetes side are costing a lot more also. When they were discovered to make people lose weight, kapow, that really took off. And that's the curve on the right-hand side of the page here, where glucagon-like peptides, the overall cost was 62 million, about 40 million of that was weight loss in that PRISM pool. Thousands of people literally in the space of 3 years went from not taking it to taking it. Yes, sir.
If we can separate between type 1 and type 2, because this is very much specific to type 2.
Yes, sir. Type 2, you've got diabetes. You're seriously ill, and that means that you're going to be treated with the whatever regimen is possible. You might have a blood sugar monitor. You need to check in with your doc regularly, and you do qualify for all these meds, the GLP-1 meds. If you're just risky, if your blood sugar's you're supposed to be around 5, if it's 6, you're pre-diabetic. If it's 7, you may be type 1. But type 2 is the severely blood sugar challenge where if you don't get the care, you could potentially die. Okay, next slide. So we've gone from this national to PRISM, now we're down to Lake County factors. Core claims for you guys from 24 to 25. The teal is 24, the black is 25, went up 23%. Core is anything that was less than 50 grand. 23% for PRISM overall, it was only 14. The high cost claims, which is claims over 50,000 for one person in the year, yours went up 19%. The program overall was 12. And then total claims, you were up 21% and the program is 13. That's why the program rate change was about 10, and that's why yours is a lot higher than that. What's making this happen? This is a look at 5 years of a bunch of different healthcare conditions. Hyperlipidemia, that's cholesterol, high cholesterol. Hypertension is blood pressure. The rest are pretty self-explanatory. This is the chain. What we're trying to do is show the cost of treating a person with high cholesterol, the top row, for all of the things that they get, not just high cholesterol, but related healthcare conditions. So a patient who's in 25 who has high cholesterol as their principal diagnosis is going to spend around $27,000 on all kinds of care, not just their cholesterol, but their cardiovascular illness and other things, what are called comorbidities. Morbidity is illness, so multiple illnesses at the same time. This shows essentially the inflationary progression of treatment. What is a little harder to get is the intensity of the treatment, is more care being given. And then what we don't have on the page is something called prevalence. Prevalence is how many people in the population are doing it. Are the number of people getting hypertension care at Lake County the same or higher than the average in the pool? Well, the prevalence for most of the conditions here at Lake County is higher than the prevalence, the average in the pool. Some of that is that your contribution structure leads to fewer dependents being covered, so the average age of your population is a little higher. Kids are cheaper than grown-ups by and large, and that shows itself in these kind of statistics. So there is what we're talking about here is ways of thinking about as you go forward of improving population health. That's one of the best ways to get the cost to flatten out. So what do we do from here on out? Well, we know for sure that cutting out weight loss meds is going to save money. Right off the bat, that saved you some money. There are provisions in some of the other solutions that you went from having a high of 113 people on weight loss meds. First quarter of this year, you were down to 37. Once it gets taken out, you'll have none. those people still have a resource for weight loss management and behavior management and dieting through the provider that we had engaged to manage that, called Digby. So we're not, the committee thought really hard about that. Gee, we're taking something away from people. Well, we want to have them have some support as we go forward. We're optimistic that working with Accolade, your new navigator, can help people get to care quicker. We're optimistic that the telehealth opportunities are going to make a difference. If we could turn a number of your ER visits into telehealth visits, we're going to save you $1,000 a pop. You can't hardly get in and out of the ER for less than $1,000. And if we can get people to pick up the phone when they have a headache instead of going to the emergency room, that will help you. And we've been talking with your team about what kind of communication to do, what kind of ways can you talk to people so that you get inside their decision loop when it comes time to make a decision about care, to do something cheaper rather than more expensive. We did have some hope. Down at the bottom of this page, you'll see that Accolade, when somebody calls and talks to them, they made referrals to some of our other plans, our enhanced care plans, which we're going to talk about in the next page, which to help people do better and spend less money. There are a few things that members can do that are not run through Blue Shield or through the Navitas, through the pharmacy benefit manager. Digby is the top one for chronic condition and weight management. Carum Health. This county has been the leader in using that program for a number of years. You only had a few people this year. I think one year you had as many as 10 people go to Stanford or San Diego or someplace else to get their knee replacement, hip replacement, and so forth. That saves the program money and it gets your folks better care. Hinge Health is a telehealth for musculoskeletal, for physical therapy, post-surgery treatment, or prevention. And it's elective and you don't have to drive anywhere to get the care. You get it done at home. And then finally, RX and Go, we're trying to put more money into the hands of your folks. Most of the savings here get them cheaper generic meds, saves the program a little bit of money, but the savings, a lot of the savings go to the individual. And that's pretty much my story, and I'm sticking to it. If you have any questions, we also had a big appendix there that had a bunch of other data if you'd like to ask questions.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation and thank you for coming. I'm also on the benefits committee, but I missed the meeting, but I did watch the video, so thank you for sending that along. And I do appreciate Accolade and RX and Go and all the other kind of wraparound programs. I've used them a lot and they have really helped me save money and direct me to the places where there are less expensive options, because rural health care is very expensive. And I think that's part of the problem too. You know, you go to the doctor and someone in my family just had a TB test. I got a bill for $800. That's ridiculous, but it is where we live. And sometimes you just don't know how much things cost. So I more and more will run things through Accolade so that I can have a better understanding of what the cost is. But you know, the biggest piece of this is our pool. And we have had this weird system for a long time that is broken now, and I think will really crash out the more we lose dependents and families. And I really appreciate Pam pulling the numbers. So we have 708 employees using our health plan, and we have 25 families, and we have 32 family or person that has a dependent. So that's 60-ish and that leaves 651 people that are individuals. So our plan is not, or our pool is not a healthy, sustainable pool. And looking at the increases, the families are, if you look at the increase from this year and next year, that's almost $1,000 increase for families, for individuals that work for the county that want to have service provided or benefits for their families. I don't see this as sustainable. I think we're going to see families pulling out, making our pool even more unstable. And so how can we address this? Is the problem that we've been talking about for years. And I know we just went through labor negotiations and some of the units decided to go with the 80-20 plan. I wish everybody would be on the 80-20 plan because I think it's important that you really understand your healthcare and you have a little bit of skin in the game too, because it's unfairly burdened by the very people that can lower the risk to the pool. So I want to know from staff, what are you thinking about? Is there, what can we do? Because right now we don't really have any answers. We're getting a lot of really terrible news. That's really going to hurt a lot of our families. And so kind of, what's next?
One of the large areas we could improve in is by having employees use the RX and Go, by having employees use Accolade, by having them use the virtual appointments instead of emergency care. Now, if you have stitches, that's emergency care. But if you have a headache or the flu and you just didn't make it to the doctors and you go to the emergency room, that is driving up our cost. About 19% increase in emergency care last year. So one of the things I would like to propose is that we actually make it mandatory for everybody to go to an open enrollment meeting to get education. Because just by having the lunch and learns, only the people that are interested in that topic are going. And so we're not getting the information out. They're not reading this guide, which shows you how to save money. So at least we could do some more education, and maybe we hold 20 open enrollment meetings so that we can go over Section 125, because that's a way you can reduce your medical cost, your taxes on expenses you're already going to have. But if we can get people to start utilizing the plan that doesn't impact our cost, that can save money. And people are not bothered by paying a $150 copay for the emergency room because they're using that for medical services.
Well, and that person is probably on our most expensive plan, and they have a very low deductible, and it may not, like you say, paying $150 to go to the emergency room is no big deal, but it's $3,000 when I want to go to the emergency room out of my pocket.
Right, understandable. So I think we have to better utilize some of the plans that reduce our cost. Everybody's going to have skin in the game this year because of the increase. So they'll be moving more towards paying some out of pocket. I don't think changing the dependent care, at least at this point, is going to change next year's utilization unless we start utilizing these low-cost programs. It's not going to drive, because our biggest unit that did not want to go to 80-20, even if we increased our family copay or our family, what we're offering, they're still not going to bring their families into it because they can't afford it.
Right, but we could try and protect the families that we do have in the pool, because there is a breaking point when people can't afford it anymore.
Sure.
And I'm facing that, and a lot of the people that have families here are facing that, where it's just not going to work anymore. And so I would like to have another conversation, if you can bring back more strategies of how we can get people to lower costs, but also how do we protect those families, because once they're gone, and then our pool is even more out of whack.
Well, even the 25 families that are in there aren't going to change much for our utilization, because it's, generally speaking, those 25 families with children are not the high users. It's the other pool. But unless we can allocate more budget money, which I don't know that that's going to happen unless we find a big cash pool to offer dependent coverage at a cheaper rate. I don't know that much is going to change, and there isn't a strategy for where we're currently at.
I think we need to look at it. if the board agrees. That's what I think. I think we can't do nothing. I think we need to have a clear understanding of what are all the things we can do and then figure out after that how we move forward.
True. Well, this presentation is primarily focused on what's going to happen next year, which open enrollment is happening in a couple of months. We're going to be working on communications and meetings, and that's kind of where we're going to. I think other strategies are coming back. If there is board direction that there is money to throw at our dependents. Otherwise, there really isn't a solution except for better utilizing our plans, and I think that's going to happen through education and getting people to our meetings.
Did you have further?
That's it.
Go ahead.
The marketplace of health insurance is absolutely failing.
Yes, sir. I agree 100%.
This whole idea that
Yep.
The competition will lead to better outcomes couldn't be furthest from the truth. And we still use private insurance. We just don't go directly through that. We have special contracts that lead us in that direction where Blue Shield eventually is our coverage. We are working in such a tight box. The solution is not us. Is it 55 counties out of the 58 that are part of PRISM, or do other counties?
For property and casualty, there's 53 of the 58. For employee benefits, there's 13 counties.
So 13 counties that
and
use this
18 cities and 20-something special districts. And the counties that use it are predominantly rural. Mendocino, Tehama, Calaveras, Amador, Sutter, Del Norte, Tuolumne, San Benito, and El Dorado.
So just to get a clarification, we are part of a pool.
Yes, sir.
That is part of the worst aspect of healthcare, rather than being part of a pool. Well, if rural health is going to get you the bad,
Well, there are some urban members in there also, some bigger urban groups too.
I want to be part of a pool that has a much larger number and that balances between rural health, which struggles and is more expensive, versus urban health, which may not have the same struggles, may not be that much cheaper, but I feel like we need to expand ourselves as much as possible, because if we're part of what you just stated, I think that's part of the problem. Is we're in a pool that probably is on the lower end of the those that are attractive to the healthcare world.
Well, the biggest pool in the state is CalPERS, of course, and their PPO rates, the ones that are comparable to your PPO 80 plan, are about $75 higher than yours. And the only reason they're that good is because the other health plans in the CalPERS system are subsidizing their rural health, mostly rural health care, because they have PPO coverage in some urban areas, but CalPERS has lots and lots and lots of rural members, and they also have a ton of retirees, which you don't have, and that's making that one pretty expensive. I understand what you're saying, that it's on the other hand, the PRISM pool, pretty much there are some semi-urban groups and a few urban groups also, and it's also balanced with Kaiser. So the way the rate increase starts, Kaiser's about a quarter of the enrollment. There are some non-Kaiser health HMOs that are part of it, and then there's the PPO. So that average number of 10.7, everybody's getting that. That's coming with Kaiser and the HMOs and the PPOs. So there is some urban, some spreading of risk that is not purely the worst risks, as you phrased it.
And I appreciate that. And even, we use the RX and Go, you use the Accolade, we're still potentially at just the 10% increase, which is not a sustainable increase either. Right. I feel like this conversation is much larger than the box that we're in. I'd like to offer, I don't know if it's a solution or not, but to go outside of the state of California for pharmacy benefits if possible. I know that NACO, I don't have enough information, but they always look at the public promise insurance plan that can help out with pharmacies that may not. I don't know if that's something to look at, but if we're not looking at every single option, we're not looking to try and create the savings that we have. But I think what I feel like we're screwed no matter what we do, whether we do better or not. It's not sustainable at that 10% increase.
Well, one of the things we did do is we changed pharmacy benefit managers starting last year. And we went from one of the more conventional Express Scripts, which belonged to an insurance company, and moved it to an outfit called Navitus. And Navitus they're managing it, and we generated tens of millions of dollars of less cost by making that change. So we're now getting all the rebates, and they don't get to mark up the price at the pharmacy when the pharmacy sells it, and the pharmacy benefit manager doesn't get a cut of it. So it's all a fee-for-service arrangement. We tried to really hammer that down. There is conversation now in strategic planning inside of PRISM about considering direct contracting. Would it ever be possible for PRISM to have a contract with Sutter Health that locally helped Lake County? That's very challenging stuff to put together. There's conversation about doing something about the longer term aspect of it, because we agree with you entirely. The system as it's set up now is not working well.
Anything else, Supervisor?
Um, So, but our pool, what's our responsibility?
Yes.
Is higher than
You mean your people?
our people in the pool. We're higher.
Yes.
So we do have to look internally because we have the highest increase of any other jurisdiction in our pool. And also RX and Go stopped doing EpiPens.
No, they didn't.
They didn't? Okay, well, I've been having a fight with them all month about it, so.
We're gonna fix it for you.
Okay, good. So, I mean, yes, it is a big outside external conversation, but we have to get our house in order too. And this system that we've been working in is absolutely broken.
But for those people, and I don't know what the percentage are using RX and Go, we had the RX and Go person here to help people kind of plan through, but we still didn't get heavy utilization in visiting with that person and making the change. So again, that program reduces our cost. That's why I want to move towards mandatory open enrollment meetings so that we can get in front of everybody.
I think it's a great idea.
If only 45 people show up to our lunch and go, because those are the 45 that are interested in that particular topic, they're not getting the education, and nobody's going to read this whole binder. But if we can give them a summary of how to save money and then have the RX and Go person here during the open enrollment meetings so they can sit down, like they sat down with me and they said, well, this particular prescription you're covering doesn't get covered, but you can pay $0 if you have your doctor move you to this. And so it was a one-on-one meeting, and then I had to go back and meet with my doctor to say, all right, hey, for me to save money, even if I save $10 a month on one prescription, that's excellent savings, but it goes beyond my savings. It saves our program money. So if we can have the rep here, one of the other things we did, like we brought in Jet Dental recently because people were having trouble utilizing our dental plan because of the lack of providers. They came right here. I got my teeth cleaned right over there. Amazing. I mean, but yet we're rolling out some of these services, but we had 10 people not show up for their appointments. And this, so it's education. And I think this year changing the way we do it and getting in front of more people and having reps here, not just getting tchotchkes, but actually learning about your program and how you can save money individually and how it rolls out to the county will really help us.
And Pam, hi, I'm Chloe. I just wanted to answer your question. There's, in 2025, there were only 30 people. Probably that's increased in 2026. We don't have that data yet using the RX and Go. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity
So
there.
yes, there's a huge opportunity. And again, I have 6 prescriptions that are free.
And they are mail order delivery to your house. You
don't have to go
wait.
anywhere.
I know. That's what's so great about it.
So we have some wonderful programs that can help us to save money. And I think we'll do a better job this year by getting in front of people and having our reps help people save money.
But
that's not your answer to our
at the end of the
dependent issues.
day,
Yes.
our rates are still going to go up. In no world are they going to go down.
They are nationwide. 14% across the United States is the average increase. That is the nature of healthcare.
One of the things that's not going to help is if all these Medi-Cal cuts are pursued from the federal government. That's going to shift. What that does is the hospitals already get paid less for those patients than they do for one of your people. So what happens is if they get paid nothing for those people, to keep the doors open and keep the staff there, they'll have to higher the charges that they make to the folks who do have commercial health insurance like yours. So it's that
We're
shifting
already seeing that happen,
is
right?
constant.
And that's why rural healthcare is so much more
that's a big deal.
expensive.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I know that I have these conversations with our congressmen and our state representatives. I just want to make sure that that is on our administration's purview as well, that we are having these conversations, that this is not just us fixing us. There has to be every layer of healthcare that there's no solution inside at this moment because nobody wants to change anything, or if they are changing it, it's making it worse. And I just want to make sure that that is the part of the conversations that Mr. Rothstein is having. And he's connecting with our representatives because this is right here, a $2 million conversation just for this year.
All right.
And I do have one more
Go ahead.
question. Is that embedded in our current budget, or is this kind of a surprise after the budget?
I'll get back to you on that. Because we haven't finalized yet, so I'll have to take a look at it. I don't want to misinform.
I appreciate the conversation. I do think that we need to continue to look at our situation internally. My concern is, some of these employees that we have are going to be paying almost 50% of their salary. Yeah. And I don't honestly know how they can afford to survive when 50% of that is going to go to their health care if they're on a family plan. So I don't know. I don't have answers today, but I just think we need to continue to look at this and see if there's anything we can do. I think we have to continually look at it. I mean, our employees, I don't want to risk losing employees because they can't afford to work here.
We have also lost really amazing candidates who have gone through the whole interview process. We've made offers to, and as soon as they look at our benefits package, walk away.
That's part of it too. And we're in the business of providing service to the public, and we can only do that with having employees. So I don't know the answers. I just wanted to mention that and say that I think we need to continue to look at this. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if we're going to have another conversation before this is finalized, because I don't want to put bad ideas out there, but just taking it to the face and saying, okay, we're going to try to get people to do that. Like, I think there's a budgetary process to the point of maybe opening conversations on how can we do better, because maybe the way our infrastructure, our documents, our MOUs are set up are not going to function appropriately. I just want to make sure that we don't just keep going with what we have now, only to find out that it's actually working against us. And so wondering if we can get another conversation prior to this going live so that we can get and maybe that comes back during final budget, I don't know. But again, it's one of those things that doing nothing, we know what the outcomes are. There's going to be some hurt. There's going to be some positions being left or staff leaving. And so just,
Yeah, I want to have those conversations. Even though we understand our budget constraints, we don't know what this is yet, what it's going to look like for next year. Are there ways that we can stabilize this? There are, one of the groups is unrepresented, and we haven't heard from them on, if they want to make changes or not. So I think we need to have another conversation, and we can't do nothing.
Well, I think for this open enrollment, we're 60 days out from open enrollment. Like the plan itself can't change. Now, if somebody can give me a windfall to increase contributions, fabulous. But we do have to move forward because there's no way we're getting out of the prison pool for the plan year of 2027. We have to build our platform around our benefit platform to build this into it so that we could host those open enrollment meetings. So like jumping out of.
That's not what we're talking about.
Okay.
We're talking about.
Let me go to the CEO real quick.
Yes, thank you, Chair. What I understand is that we're going to not only do the internal work that needs to be done, but we are going to look at an exterior assistance that might be possible if we could fund. I did find out that the county's costs will remain closely the same. It's the employees who will bear the burden of the increases, and we can take a look at options for that.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Yep.
And I think we haven't opened to the public yet, so I need to open to the public. Start in the room.
Good afternoon, Board. Tom Lasik, and I think the conversation is very helpful, and yeah, healthcare's in our country is not where it needs to be. But I would appeal to the board to take a look at this as a budgetary issue. We need to do something. But a month ago or so, we're talking about a glide path for our reserve that's going down and having all sorts of austerity measures to put those in place, like hiring freezes and things like that. I understand approximately 60% or more of the revenue goes to salaries and benefits. And so are we going to increase that? And if so, how does that impact our recovery plan that we just had a long 3-day discussion about a month ago? These things are all related, and it's painful for the employees. I don't have a solution for that. The best thing I've heard is outreach and educating people on ways they can save money. But if you're going to increase the cost to the county, and I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but that needs to be bounced back onto your austerity plan that you just greenlit a month ago. And are we going to go, is it going to be no change? Is it going to be something where we go sideways faster, or what? We don't. And the question to the CAO was, is it already baked in? And we don't have an answer for that. So I think you guys did a great presentation. You laid out the problem statement perfectly. We all suffer from that, whether you're a county employee or not. It's national. But now you're talking about we just can't let them pay for this. And I understand, 50% of your salary is horrible. And maybe you do something, but you need to come back and explain how does this impact the long-term play. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Anyone online, Carolyn? Call in user 2. If you could state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Gord Arbison, and regarding healthcare, it's way too expensive. And you want to know why it's way too expensive? Because of trainees demanding healthcare. I'm sick and tired of healthcare dollars, our tax dollars, being spent to turn to chop off trainees' dicks. It's gross. It does not belong. I hate that. That needs to stop, and you need to save money by having real health care. Also, we give much health care to illegal immigrants. We need to stop giving health care to illegal immigrants. And I think that socialized medicine is killer commie care. I hate these trannies. They should go to hell. They should all be locked up in institutions. God bless
Sir,
Donald Trump.
you're,
God bless
you're, you're off track. I'm gonna stop you there. Who else do we have? Jonette Moffett, go ahead.
Hello. I am an employee of the IHSS department. I'm a supervisor. I've worked for the county for 15 years. I would just like to commend the board for your position on this today. Everything you said, I wholeheartedly agree with. I would like to give you some information that's interesting because I know you guys have been struggling with the budget. The reason you have few families enrolled in our insurance plan is because most of your county employees, a very large portion of them, are eligible to federally funded Medi-Cal benefits. Because as you guys are aware, we only read in the recent years got increases to our wages. So anybody that has a family in excess of one member is likely receiving Medi-Cal benefits, but we're not allowed to opt out of our county coverage. So a lot of what happens is when those families go to the doctor, they bill Medi-Cal first, and then they bill our county insurance as a secondary, which still increases our position here today and the problem with the expense, but it ultimately, Medi-Cal funded a majority of the bill. Also in Lake County, our median income is $54,462 a year. If you divide that by 12, that household of 4 just became eligible to food stamps in Lake County. Okay, so these are some other factors to consider. Also, I'd like to note I use all 4 of the extra things that were mentioned today. I use Carum and Digby and RX and Go. I utilize all of those, but I'm still going to pay upwards of $900 to go get one image at Adventist Health in Clear Lake out of pocket after my deductible is met. So we do not have adequate health care. A lot of our prescriptions are not available on RX and Go, though yes, we can save $10 per month, but $10 does not come close to touching the $900 that was paid for an x-ray for those people like me who do not qualify for Medi-Cal. Okay. I do appreciate the board's position because again, this does affect all of your employees and you're not wrong. It will absolutely impact the hiring pool and the retention. And we've just now got to a place where we are already fighting state and federal penalties for production due to short staffing. And these things just have to be considered. And I realize part of this is not curable by a simple conversation. We have budgets, we have requirements, we have all of these things in place, but I absolutely appreciate you going to the table to find the best possible approach because it does impact all of us in the long term, not just immediately. It absolutely affects all of us in the long term. I could go on, but I believe I've made my point. Again, I support the board's decision. Further conversations, Bruno, thank you for that. Absolutely, it needs to be addressed because this is a huge topic. And I was also only made aware of this over this past weekend. So the part where it's just coming to fruition January 1st and we have no input on it, it's going to be upsetting to a lot of county people who just don't follow Board of Soups like I do. Thank you.
Do we have anyone else? Lisa Marie. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I also really appreciate the complexity of insurance. I even, I'm a college educated woman that's been in the professional field for quite some time and I don't understand it still. But I do think that when we're talking about working for the county or we're talking about working for any governmental agency, our first responsibility must be to serve our people. And the first layer of people that we should be serving and taking care of are our employees. So I think that this conversation is a really critical one, and I appreciate the budgetary restrictions, but if we're going to shave corners or cut corners, it can't be at the expense of our people. One question that I would ask is, if I noticed a lot of the presentation was focused on, the cost of GLP-1s. And as someone who has suffered with morbid obesity my whole life, my mother died at 36 from obesity. And I've been a 3-sport athlete that's been busting my tail trying to fight this. And the only thing that saved my life is GLP-1s. Sorry. It just kind of breaks my heart to think that we're just striking it without, just because of the cost. Like, if the Board of Supervisors got a presentation put in front of them that we were going to stop paying for insulin, or we were going to stop paying for chemo because the cost was too much. We mentioned that there were 37 people on the county that are working on it. That's 37 people. It's not just dollar signs. It's not just numbers. So I strongly encourage, I understand you might not be able to do anything about it because of the time period and the January 1 start, but I strongly encourage that to be considered, because I am a working professional that made the decision a couple years ago. I would never work for a company that did not provide some sort of coverage. And I know bariatric surgery is one option that you have, but that is life changing and comes with significant complications and is not effective for all people. They remove part of your body and then you can't eat the same, or it's just not. Anyways, the research shows, medical professionals show how critical GLP-1s are to people who are suffering with the chronic illness of obesity. I'm not talking about the people that want to lose 20 pounds to fit in the swimsuit they were in last year. I'm talking about the people who the only issue I have is my weight, but that cuts off years of my life by just simply being overweight. So I want to bring that into the conversation. And the other thing is just to talk about the conversation of medical access, because a lot of our folks use the emergency room because they can't get to a doctor. So I just want to emphasize that, and I'm sorry for getting emotional, but I really want that to be a part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Pam.
I did want to speak to the GLP coverage going to the market, and I am a person that used it. I was 45 pounds overweight. I struggled. The GLP-1 helped me, brought down my cholesterol, high blood pressure. So I do very much get that aspect of using it, but I was able to go out and find it, for $125 a month on the open market versus $1,600 for the prescription to the county, and then utilize my Section 125 to offset that cost for myself. So this is kind of part of the education process as well, is that if we can get in front of people, we can help people find alternatives to save themselves money and the county money as well. But I do get that it's a very personal thing, because I was a person that accessed that.
In the appendix to our presentation, there is a list of all the, not all, but there's like 8 different providers direct to consumer and how they work with the FDA, what they do. We could work with you to promote, to make that available at open enrollment, depending how you want to do it, because we know that some people are willing to go that route and make it work for them.
All right, thank you. Do we have more online, Carolyn? Patrick, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. I'm glad to hear that the board's going to continue this discussion and look into other options. I do think that's really important. I know you've all heard me speak before about how hard it is to recruit and retain employees with the nature of our plan. Typically, those with dependents who cannot secure affordable coverage elsewhere do not apply, or they screen themselves out during our process once they find out from us how our benefits work. I know I've highlighted before, but I just want to highlight again, with these increases, we're still at risk of losing staff, especially existing staff if someone decides to start a family, if they get married or they have a child. That in our experience is going to have a child. That in our experience is when people start looking for another job. Just because, again, we're unlike all the other agencies, not just in our pool, but in this region, the way that our health plan works. So I just want to highlight that when we looked to try to find something else like it in the pool, we couldn't. When I asked about someone else in the state, even with a structure like ours, there's an agency in Southern California that may remotely resemble us, but otherwise we're in a pool with similarly situated rural jurisdictions, yet something appears to be radically different about our plan, despite the fact that these are our peers, same sort of access and service issues. So I do think we have to look within. I mean, I think throughout this process, we've really learned the effect that having this imbalanced sort of high risk pool that is missing generations of dependence that all the other agencies have may really be what sets us apart from the others, and ultimately something that I really think we need to find a way to solve. And I just think it's important for everyone to remember that the system we have, this framework, is not normal. So when I do hear about increases and how these are issues at a national level, just to highlight, for instance, in our pool, because our rates are already so much higher than our peers, any percentage increase, even if it's within the average, is going to hit our agency and especially our employees a lot harder than everyone else, because those percentage increases reflect much higher dollar amounts. So I'm glad to know that we're trying to find a solution. I do think these rate increases are only going to accelerate this sort of spiral we find ourselves in, and I hope we can identify a solution going forward so that we can try to at least get to a place where we're sharing similar issues with our peers rather than having a separate, unique situation that makes us different. And I just think it's important that we do whatever we can to get there. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? No. Now I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the board for final questions or discussions. Now, this is a presentation here today is all. There's no action on that, but I think we're deciding if we have consensus to look into this further, and it sounds like we do.
Yeah, 100%.
Mm-hmm. Any questions with that, CAO? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you for being here today then. Appreciate it. And we're gonna break for lunch. Come back at excuse me, 2:00.